continue to the other side to Mesopotamia or Egypt. So it's look like the main stop for them.
Whilst history is an obvious draw for visitors to Saudi, recent developments mean that evening events, concerts and festivals are attracting locals and tourists.
Alula hosts a lot of different concerts, but it's also home to a number of different festivals. There's the Alula Citrus Festival, there's the Dates Festival, and what's happening at the moment is a wellness festival, as wellness is actually quite an up-and-coming thing here in the area. This evening I've come to Five Senses, which is a pop-up, and I'm going to be speaking to some of the practitioners, finding out what's going on and possibly learning about some of the techniques and treatments here, as I think later in the week I'm going to have one myself. I'd love to know a little bit about your background. How did you get involved in the wellness scene?
So during COVID, I was so stressed, and we are obviously was in the quarantine, so I have mentally not in the good place. So I ran into the yoga class online, and after that I decided to take the certificate in yoga.
Oh, wonderful. But you've got a medical background as well.
Yeah,
right?
I am a doctor, yeah.
Oh,
I
wow.
practice medicine, yeah.
Where did you study medicine?
Here in Saudi Arabia.
So you've travelled quite extensively around Saudi and lived in a few different cities here. How do you think it's changed over the years?
I think for the best. After the 2030 vision, everything changed here in Saudi. Even we can visit a lot of places. And with the women empowerment here, like we can do more for this country.
So I've seen a mix of international visitors and local ladies here as well. Is yoga particularly popular amongst the local population?
Recently, yeah, the acceptance of yoga and wellness is more. And because of all the mental effect, the good mental effect, the people reaching more to yoga, especially after COVID.
What is the message that you would love international people to know about living in Saudi Arabia?
I think we have like a different culture here in Saudi. We have the sea, we have the mountain, we have the farms. So Saudi is a good place and it's a safe place to visit. So welcome all to Saudi. Thank you so much.
The following morning I had another early start for a helicopter ride over Alula. With the option to have the helicopter doors open, it's definitely a great choice for thrill seekers, but also a unique way to see the vastness of the region.
Being able to see it from up here, getting a completely different perspective on the area, absolutely amazing. Very shortly we're going to be heading towards Saudi Arabia's first UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is Pegra, which is going to be an absolute privilege to see from the skies. These landscapes look so epic from the ground. It's hard to put it into words. Now we're up in the skies.
From above, the social significance of Alula over the centuries is apparent. From the modern history of a former station of the Hijaz Railway to the icons of Alula's time as the capital of the Dadanite and Lionite kingdoms.
This has to be one of the coolest things I've ever done.
But we can help.
Alula is known for its Mars-like landscapes and colour palettes, so it's surprising to see the lush green of the date trees below. Other highlights from the skies included the famous Elephant Rock and the Old Town, both of which I'll be visiting later on in my trip. The pilot also had a surprise for me as we touched down on a mountaintop.
We've just very briefly touched down on the top of one of the rock formations, and this is called Hawat Away With. Hawat actually means black lava, and all of the rocks that you can see here were from previous volcanic eruptions. Now, the last one was about 1,400 years ago, but it has completely defined the landscape here.
From one adrenaline-filled activity to the next.
Now, it's not surprising given the terrain, but Alula is actually becoming a bit of an adventure destination. And this morning I've come to the Adventure Hub, where you can choose from activities like rock climbing, abseiling, or via ferrata, which is what I'm going to be doing this morning. And that is essentially rappelling around the cliff edge, presumably with some pretty impressive views. But first of all, it's the walk up.
Via Ferrata was among the more extreme offerings of the Adventure Hub, but the instructors were all enthusiastic and encouraging.
What's amazing, and I wasn't expecting at all, is this site is absolutely filled with historic rock art. We've just passed 2 camels here, and my instructors told me they're nearly 3,000 years old.
I hadn't expected my time in Alula to be so outdoorsy, but the 200-metre high cliff edge was going to give me yet another fantastic vantage point.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Hi guys. Oh, I got a hug. And right over here, friends. Big smiles.
Serena, I heard you have all the tea on all the festivals.
Oh, you know I do, and I'm
I
sure
like
there's
some tea.
I'm sure there's some tea somewhere around
Tea?
World Showcase.
Tea. Anybody tea?
Well, it's easy to talk about things that you truly enjoy, and I love spending my free time at any of the festivals here at Epcot. Right now, it's International Food and Wine Festival.
You had me at wine. She had me at wine. Salut, or bonjour, or however else you want to greet in French. I am here in the France Pavilion at Epcot, sampling a little bit of the Epcot Food and Wine Festival. Right now, I'm having a chilled Cosmo. Let's have a little sipsy. Oh yeah, that hits the spot. And you know what? It's not too sweet, which is what you really need to have in a Cosmo. And I mean, look at this setting. I mean, it's France by way of Central Florida. Cheers.
Nearly half of the food and beverage offerings that we have at this year's festival are brand new.
Oh, wow.
Isn't that incredible?
I mean, I want to eat and drink it all.
Here we have a sampling of some of our new and some returning items for our Epcot International Food and Wine Festival. Here on our savory side, we have one of our brand new Korean fried barbecue wings.
Whoa.
Oh yes, nice crunch factor. Here we have a Gulf Coast seafood roll. So this is over at Flavors of America, where we have shrimp, lobster bisque on top, some sherry creme fraiche, really just elevating the seafood roll over at America. Paella caldosa over at Spain, all new menu this year.
Look, it's also in this cute little paella bowl thing.
Isn't it adorable?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you can take
Just like me. You're the cocktail man. Yes. I love cocktails. So what can you tell me about, I mean, I'm just gonna drink this right now. That is one of our returning favorites, the Greek melon limeade. It's gonna be over in our Greece global marketplace. Very light, refreshing. We also have our pineapple colada right up front. And over at the brewing lab at the Odyssey, we have our Muppets. So Dr. Vincent Honeydew and Beaker have been coming up with experiments. We have this non-alcoholic raspberry and pomegranate tea. And it's frozen. It has the orange molecules, frozen molecules as well.
So we have over 29 global marketplaces to just dine at, all across all Epcot.
I couldn't pass up a visit to Epcot without visiting China and these chicken dumplings. Now, they are one of my favorite things here at the Epcot Food and Wine Festival. Let me take a taste. It's moist, it's chewy. Sorry to speak with my mouth full. It's just that good. But if you want to learn more about Epcot's International Food and Wine Festival, scan your screen right now using the BEOND TV app.
I
love how, again, we take the essence of Disney's Animal Kingdom, we add that festive twist to it. So we'll have the Merry Menagerie coming this year, again, returning again this year with the puppetries and the puppeteers bringing our friends to life. We also have the Tree of Life Awakening Holiday Edition, where if you see a little bit past sundown, the tree will miraculously come to life for our guests to see.
Food. Because there's all kinds of different food here.
Yes.
What can you tell me about the food?
I mean, where to begin? First off, I love that you already know who I am because I am a foodie through and through. I mean, hello. We're at Disney. We have to love the food and snacks. We have exclusive holiday snacks all throughout our parks and resorts for our guests to enjoy. So whether it's here at Animal Kingdom, over at Magic Kingdom, and of course, Epcot Food and Wine Festival is kicking off as well during the holiday season.
From Dragon and I, happy holidays from everyone at Beyond TV. Wave, Dragon. Dragon? No.
Waterfalls and wild dolphins.
Oh my God!
Sunsets and extreme adventures. History and movies in the making. New Zealand has it all.
Kia ora and welcome to New Zealand. On this episode of Travel with Tabitha, we are taking a very special Great Journeys New Zealand trip from the top of the North Island in Auckland down near the bottom of the South Island in Queenstown. We are doing this by ferry, bus, and you guessed it, by train.
Here are these lands, these islands at the far end of the earth, which are truly blessed. They have quite a magical assortment of environments, climate types. We've got it all here, quite literally, and you can experience it very easily.
One of the best ways to see New Zealand is one you might not expect. It's a train ride through the islands.
I guess it's a chance to be pampered, it's a chance to just relax, enjoy the scenery. I think when you drive, one person misses out on maybe some of the special highlights of the trip because they're concentrating, maybe they're not used to driving on the left-hand side of the road.
We have a lot of people who do the whole country by train. Great Journeys New Zealand have 3 trains. We have the Northern Explorer, and many people start, for example, in Auckland. They travel with the Northern Explorer to the bottom of the North Island to Wellington. Even though it feels like a long journey, because the scenery are so different during the journey, it doesn't feel that long. And you can go to the viewing deck, you can walk around.
The Great Journeys New Zealand Northern Island Explorer takes about 12 hours, but our trip is broken up into 4 different segments, starting in Auckland, then going down to Hamilton, through Oakuni, and ending in Wellington.
You kind of get connected with the cities that you go through all the way down on these tours, but you also get connected with the people, the history, the culture as well.
The Northern Island Explorer is just one of 3 trains we'll be taking over the next 17 days. New Zealand, the unofficial 8th continent, and one I knew I had to explore as much as possible. So I was pitched a trip that took me almost 3 weeks with Great Journeys New Zealand, New Zealand's rail transport. A 17-day trip by train through the land of the long white cloud is a pretty epic undertaking. So I'm going to take you through my adventure day by day and give you an inside look at what a big epic trip by train looks like. The best place to start? The beginning of my trip.
Getting my very first look at actually being here in New Zealand. I had a little bit of a flight delay coming out of Dallas by 12 hours, so I got in pretty late last night, and I missed Auckland. Like, I didn't really get to spend any time in Auckland. So this morning early, I got up, I got on my very first train with Great Journeys New Zealand, and I made it here to Hamilton, and we're at the Hamilton Gardens. I'm waiting to go in. I have so much to show you guys, and I always just feel so grateful to be able to share these experiences with you. And even though I'm a little jet lagged, I am feeling really refreshed.
So the gardens, of course, we've got the plants, we've got the design, but they're also, each of the gardens, there's like a window into the different life societies or cultures that first designed those gardens. So we also see, they tell us something about the historical period that they're from as well.
You might think that these gardens are a bit out of place, but an interesting start to our New Zealand trip. They were actually voted in the top 1% of TripAdvisor's global experiences, and one of the top 3 places to visit in New Zealand. This garden paradise offers an escape that is both breathtaking and uniquely Kiwi, delighting visitors like myself with gardens unlike anything else I've ever seen in one place. From the ancient Egyptian gardens to the more modern gardens, classic gardens, and even gardens that are a bit of an optical illusion.
So exploring the gardens so far have been unreal. So much more than what I expected. I'm currently walking to the secret garden or picturesque garden, I think is what it is. Maybe I'm in it, which I think maybe is just showing the concept of a reality for a garden. I don't know. No, I think maybe if I walk through this tunnel, I get to it. Okay. It's like a beautiful maze, like a beautiful garden maze at every turn. I really don't know where I'm at right now. I have to be back at the bus also in like 5 minutes. I'm probably not gonna make that time, but that's all right. Be just a minute or two late. I walk fast, I got long legs. Ooh, here we go. Okay, look at this. That's stunning.
After the gardens, it was time to make our way to our hotel, but I had very little luck getting a much-needed nap in.
I have to admit, I am still a bit jet lagged, but I wasn't able to take a nap. It's one of those weird things where you're tired, but you can't like do anything about it. You just have to like live with being tired. So I decided to go for a beautiful walk. There's this insanely beautiful, stunning trail, next to this river and this very cool bridge. And we are getting ready to go on a sunset cruise, a dinner cruise.
Next up, our sunset cruise in Raglan, which ended up being one of the most stunning sunsets and moonrises of my life.
All right, we've actually made landfall, which I wasn't expecting, on this beautiful black sand beach. And we're gonna watch the sunset, which is already proving to be unreal. I seriously can't believe like how amazing this is. The moon, that's the moon by the way. And over here, whoop, the sunset. Beautiful sunset, crazy moon.
Between the fish and chips, the views, our ride around Whaingaroa, or Raglan Harbour, was definitely one of the biggest highlights of my time in the North Island.
It is nice and bright this morning, and this morning we are starting out at Sanctuary Mountain. Let me tell you a little more about it.
So this happens to be the largest fence sanctuary in Aotearoa, New Zealand. We have 3,400 hectares of ancient old growth original forest here, and it's surrounded by a pest-proof fence. And that fence is 47 kilometres long, or around 30 miles. So it's the longest of its kind in the world.
Most notably, a great spot to see endemic bird species. It's a way to see New Zealand's environment the way that it used to be. An ancient, vibrant forest alive with native wildlife, including many of New Zealand's rarest and most endangered wildlife.
I just ran up, I think it's 97 steps to make it to this incredible lookout point in Sanctuary Mountain. This has been an unreal birding experience for me. Getting to see that saddleback, crazy, so crazy. They said it's more rare to see a saddleback than to see a kiwi.
After After Sanctuary Mountain, we got to step inside the Waitomo glowworm caves and see glowworms. There was no filming allowed inside, but our guide made a nice exception at the end of the cave where there already is a little bit of light, so I could get this shot to share with you. It's near the mouth, like I said, but deep inside the cave, it was filled with wonder, something that's almost hard to describe, but it's like looking up at a big, beautiful, clear, starry night. A must-do when you visit.
And I was able to get just a little snippet of what they look like. But honestly, I think like seeing the glowworms is something you have to do for yourself. They're really hard to capture anyway, but it is like looking up at the night sky and then seeing the reflection on the pool of water, because there was like a little boat ride that we did. I mean, just really magical, very special. It was very, I hate to say the word humbling, but we forget how cool our planet is. I feel like we forget how amazing it is. And that was just one of the most amazing things I've ever seen with my own two eyes. I think if you come to New Zealand, you gotta check out the glowworms because it's really special.
So it's kind of loud, but we're about to do the Rarimu spiral, which is this incredible engineering feat. Like literally, we're going up on it as we speak right now. Let me show you guys.
This was on our train trip from Hamilton to Oakuni. The Rarimu is a single-track railway spiral. It starts with a horseshoe curve overcoming a 139-meter or 456-foot height difference. It is a notable feat of civil engineering, having been called an engineering masterpiece. This was one of our big travel days, which included a few cool stops, including one that you might recognize from Lord of the Rings.
If you come to New Zealand, one of the things you're of course going to want to do is see some of the Lord of the Rings filming locations. And apparently down here in this pool is one of the locations that they actually filmed the first meeting of Gollum. And he said that there's 3 different locations that they use for it, but when they do the like big pull out, it's this pool and this waterfall. And it's kind of fogged out right now, but there's a mountain back there. Pretty neat.
One of the perks of this trip was getting to stay at 4- and 5-star hotels all around New Zealand. And our hotel in Oakuni was by far my favorite. On our 4th day of travel, no trains today, but instead we took a mountain bike along the old coach road.
So what they decided to do was link up the main trunk railway right through the centre of New Zealand, coming up or down from Auckland, nice and open and easy and soft, coming up from Wellington, easy causeways, nice and simple to put the rail through. Then they hit the central plateau and they had some fun. First thing they ran into, a massive active volcano, Mount Ruapehu. He had a few other ideas and a beautiful, massive native forest. Now, before they could even put the trail through, they had to do surveying. They used to do that with a big, massive chain. So what they had to do was build a series of viaducts. And when they couldn't go over the ridges or under the ridges or through the streams, they had to build tunnels. And again, no tunnel boring machines, so they had to hand carve the tunnels and lay them all with brick.
This is the old coach road track, I guess you would say. Ooh, now, let me show you what yeah, maybe, kind of crazy. I see someone coming on their bike and I don't want to interrupt. Oh, not too bad. I know I look like a big dork, but I'm having fun and I'm super bright and safe in the forest. And bonus points, I'm doing this with one hand. Kind of cool.
This was the best way for me to see the countryside of New Zealand. So many sheep and cows. It took us a few hours to make it down to town, and we heard that there was the best coffee in town at the rail station we first came in on. So we booked ourselves over there, and the coffee definitely had its perks. 2 of the biggest and fluffiest pups that absolutely loved to greet visitors. We decided to take on one more trail before sunset, where the clouds finally cleared and we got a beautiful view of the mountains. Our 5th day started out a little sleepier than others, with a full day of travel ahead on our way to Wellington. But we got to take in some great views, including this famous wall from Lord of the Rings. And then we got a message that we could actually go up Mount Ruapehu for the opportunity to ride the Skywalker.
So today's adventure actually takes us up the longest and tallest gondola in New Zealand for some pretty spectacular views. It's not totally clear, but like the fog, the clouds, the mountains, it's all really, really, really stunning. Whoa, and there's a little river down there.
We then rejoined the Northern Explorer at National Park Station en route to Wellington. making our way to the bottom of the North Island, our last transit on the Northern Island Explorer.
Guys, check this out! Shark wall.
My full day in Wellington was packed. First stop, a place that has played a major role in some of your favorite films and TV series.
Guess what? I'm at the famous Weta Workshop. This is definitely a highlight if you come to New Zealand, and I'm geeking out pretty hard right now.
Weta Workshop is a special effects and prop company that's based in the Wellington area of New Zealand, known for its works on films like Lord of the Rings, Avatar, The Hobbit, as well as others like Mulan, Chappie, and District 9. Its creative hub encompasses design, physical effects, props, collectibles, and immersive visitor experiences.
So we're not allowed to film a lot of the tour, but we are allowed to film and take pictures in one specific room, and there is a lot of cool things to see in here.
It's celebrated for its blend of traditional craftsmanship and cutting-edge technology, producing everything from the intricate armor to weapons to large-scale miniatures and creature suits. I 10 out of 10 recommend visiting this workshop for yourself to check out all the cool props that I could not film and learn to make your own props at home.
Got a shiny side. You must put the dull side out. The reason is your eyes cannot perceive a sparkling three-dimensional surface. You will have no depth perception. Next, capture a lot of air. Keep this light and fluffy and pliable. Do not crush this into a rock. That is bad. In fact, that's illegal. Don't do that. Next, you're going to make a cat. Make the ears and tail separately and hot glue it together. And as fast as you can make all the bits and pieces and components, they come together and make your sculpture bigger. Okay, that's a rough looking bird. Ordinary spoon. Use the inside edge and burnish it. And really fast. That rough bird looks a whole lot better.
And now we're actually going to go inside and check out the Tiapapa National Museum here in Wellington, which I'm pretty excited about because I want to learn a little bit more about New Zealand. I know a couple of facts, but I really got to beef up that index in here.
Quite literally, it was the land of the birds. Prior to the Polynesians, there were no mammals. There were 3 little species of bat, being the only vaguely mammalian creatures. It was quite literally the land of the birds. Captain Cook and Joseph Banks wrote in their diaries, independent of each other, that the dawn chorus of bird song, first thing in the mornings as they came into New Zealand and over to the Marlborough Sounds in particular, the dawn chorus was so loud, it was joyous and made you laugh out loud. We're considered a continent now because of the affirmation by the scientific world that the land mass that we're standing on at the moment is part and parcel of a greater subcontinental area that extends from New Caledonia to the Auckland Islands to the south of New Zealand and right out way beyond the Chatham Islands to the east. It's huge, actually huge. Probably the equivalent of the Indian subcontinent in area. It's just that only 16% of it is above water, which is what we're standing on now.
The evening finished at a wonderful spot in the harbor for dinner before starting the second part of this journey, our exploration of the South Island.
Whew. So we're not just taking trains. Of course, the North Island and the South Island are not physically connected, so we're taking the Inner Islander ferry, but it's a cold and kind of rainy and kind of windy day, but pretty cool nonetheless to be up here enjoying everything.
So the Inter Islander is a ferry service from the North Island to the South Island. Essentially connects both of the parts of the country together. The Inter Islander keeps the country moving, essentially.
In the second part of this series, I'll take you by train to the South Island to explore the adventure and thrills of New Zealand and show you what is considered the 8th wonder of the world.
New Zealand, Aotearoa, land of the long white cloud.
So the South Island has everything to offer. We've got mountains, we've got glaciers, we've got lakes, we've got rivers, we've got amazing scenery, we've got incredible landscapes. There's just everything here jammed into one small island.
The South Island of New Zealand is full of the most incredible landscapes. In the first part of my series, I took you along the Northern Explorer, but the South Island operates 2 train routes from Great Journeys New Zealand, the Coastal Pacific and the Transalpine. In the scenic carriage, you can get the oceans and the mountains in full view, all while enjoying locally produced meals and drinks.
So it is kitchen to table, so you guys have full-on silverware cutlery, and they serve you every kind of food that you can think of, from steaks to lamb to kumara donuts, and it's all come from kitchen from New Zealand straight into your table. And there we serve New Zealand wines, New Zealand local beers, IPAs, and it's all included with your ticket price as well.
From Wellington to Picton and the Marlborough region, we hit a bit of a snag with the weather. But just as we made it to the shores of the South Island, things really started to clear up.
You know New Zealand is famous for its Sauvignon Blanc. So what are we doing? We are here in Marlborough County. We're trying some Sauvignon Blanc. As long as it doesn't turn into Sauvignon Blanc. No one falling over from having too much, certainly not me. We've got 3 different wineries on our agenda today. Very, very excited because I love Sauvignon Blanc. Look. After a day on the ferry and 3 wineries, it was time to call it a night. While I didn't film this part, I did get to enjoy a hot tub and sauna at the hotel before an extraordinary adventure the following morning. So we're doing something extra special today. We are actually inside the Omaka Museum, which has tons of World War I replicas and original aircraft. A lot of this is Peter Jackson's personal collection. It's also got a ton of memorabilia. So I'm going to take you around and give you a little sneak peek, but you definitely need to come see this for yourself.
Peter, he's been a long-time collector of World War I memorabilia. He's been collecting since he was 10 years old, I believe. Got chatting, and they talked about wanting to build an aviation, a centre of heritage aviation here. And he was like, wow, that sounds pretty cool. You know, I'd be quite interested. And as time progressed, he's like, well, you know, you get the money and you build it and I'll fill it up.
Then it was time to jump on board the Coastal Pacific train headed for Kaikoura, a coastal town so beautiful it looks and feels like something out of a movie, famous for its protected colony of seals.
So yeah, there's not too many things that could get me up at 5 a.m., but one of those things is a really cool encounter. And this morning, I'm in Kaikoura, which is one of the few places in the world that you can actually go snorkeling with wild dolphins. And so I'm hopeful conditions are good and that there are some dolphins around to see while we're out there snorkeling. So I'm pretty stoked on that.
The day did start out very early, but it was worth every moment. Watching the sunrise over the ocean and getting a glimpse of the dusky dolphins in their natural habitat.
This is so unreal. I can't believe how many dolphins there are.
There's rightfully a lot of rules and regulations around swimming with wild dolphins, but the encounter was an incredibly unique experience.
I think it's very specific to the species of dolphin that we're swimming with. The dusky dolphins are very interactive. They really enjoy playing with the boat and swimmers in the water, but we are under a very strict permit system as well. But it also ensures that what we're doing is safe for all of our wildlife here in New Zealand as well. So it's a nice sort of two-way approach, which is great for the wildlife, but also really, really good for any of the customers that we have on board as well. So absolutely don't feed them. All we do is we use our eyesight to spot any of our wildlife, whether that be from the boats or from the land. The only way that we spot any of our wildlife is with our eyesight. So that's the major sort of point, but also as well, there are restrictions with the amount of tours that we do per week, and also the amount of swimmers that we have per boat. So we have 16 swimmers in the water per boat maximum, and then also we have 5 drops per boat as well.
Okay, I might look a little rough because I just made it back in time for a very special whale watching excursion. So dolphins in the morning, whale watching in the afternoon. I can't think of a better day. Got some coffee, I'm feeling energized, and I've been told that they have seen some blue whales. Blue whales are really rare and hard to see, but they have been seeing more of them than usual, and my fingers are super crossed right now. All right, now we are on the lookout for some sperm whales, maybe some humpback whales, the elusive blue whale.
What a show it was. We saw 2 different sperm whales and got to explore the town of Kaikoura before loading up on the coastal Pacific route to Christchurch.
All right, this morning we are doing a hop-on, hop-off tram in Christchurch. Enjoyed my run, came back, took a shower. I'm gonna go around the city and figure out a good spot to stop and get some lunch next.
I was able to really get to relax and explore Christchurch by tram and by foot, finding my way into little shops and museums. Wellington was less about filming and more about just taking in the sights and sounds, but I did have to gather a couple of cool videos of the incredible street art. We left Christchurch bound on the Transalpine train for Hokitika. This ride definitely was my favorite, with some of the most gorgeous views of New Zealand, getting to see the gorges, mountains, and of course, a rainbow as well.
So that's it, we've reached the end of the line. The Transalpine train was the end of our train journey. We've now made it to Greymouth, and from here we will take a bus that will ultimately get us down to Queenstown. So we say goodbye to the Great Journeys New Zealand train.
This stop took us to a viewing area on the west coast of the South Island and one of the most beautiful shorelines of the entire landscape.
Now we are off to see the famous Pancake Rocks. So far the west coast has been unreal, so stunning. Look, even the wildlife and the plants all around me. Just really, really, really beautiful and so vastly different from the East Coast, so it's kind of cool to get to see both coasts.
The night ended with arguably my second favorite memory from the entire journey, getting to see another glowworm area out in the beautiful lush jungle. Here's a few of those pictures that capture the light so much better than my previous video at the caves.
I don't know how much of that I actually got on camera because you can't flash a light, it's bad for them, but I'd say a pretty successful glowworm excursion. I know, now we've got bright lights.
After an unforgettable beach run, we made our way to Walk Amongst Giants.
Morning is extra special because we are amongst the treetops and we are going for a treetop walk here on the west coast, and it has been just an unreal morning. Finally we have some sunshine. It was really rainy last night, but that made the glowworms even better. And now having this beautiful like sunrise, I got to see it over the Driftwood Beach, and being out here is just, honestly, it reminds me a little bit of California.
Franz Josef was our final destination for the day, and the hotel here also did not disappoint. Situated in the jungle, you really get a taste of the surrounding area, where quads and kiwis were on the agenda.
I have to say, this is definitely one of the most incredible 4x4 quad experiences I've ever had. Look at how insanely beautiful this riverbed is, and it gets better and better and better.
We've been operating here for 12 years ourselves, running Franz Josef Wilderness Tours, and we've just seen growth and people coming through. The town itself is built on tourism. It's so much fun. There's a great energy around. You know, everyone's here having a good time. Everyone's on holiday, and they want to be here. This is it. It's beautiful. So we did an off-road adventure tour. So we went out on quad bikes. We've got a variety of terrains that we go through. We run through a couple of test tracks, make sure that you're comfortable riding the bikes, make sure that we're comfortable with your riding of the bikes. You know, there's a little bit of a not racetrack sort of a vibe. And then we head out down into the Waiho riverbed. We go through an amazing Jurassic old growth rainforest section, out into the riverbed, river crossings, lots of splashes, lots of fun. And then we wrapped it up with heading out into the farmland, into the mud hole, and spraying some mud around, which I'm sure you'll check out.
Nice and clean. Okay, after our quad tour, I rushed over to the Kiwi Center. There's a Kiwi Wildlife Center here. I have not seen a kiwi in the wild because they're nocturnal and we've been moving around quite a bit, but I do have an opportunity to see them here. Now, the unfortunate thing is I'm not allowed to film in there, so this is one of those things I get to see and you have to come and see for yourself as well. So my experience seeing the kiwis was really incredible. It came like right up to like the little viewing area, and he rested his little beak, and it was like he looked up at me, and then he started going in, and he was digging for worms. And it's like he pulled something out. It looked almost like a leaf. It didn't look like a worm, and he like pulled it up, almost like he was showing it to me, and it was really cool. Got to see 2 different kiwis. It was really, really, really great. And if you haven't seen them, you should check them out because they're so funny. Little flightless birds. They kind of walk like chickens, but they're not chickens at all. And they're quite fast. That's the other thing. They are pretty fast. There's one in the back going back and forth, back and forth.
A trip to Franz Josef wouldn't be complete without a peek at its famous glacier, which said hello briefly and then disappeared back into the clouds. Franz Josef to Queenstown is a long day, but we broke up the journey with a stop on the Haast River Safari, taking a jet boat through the mighty Haast River in a journey into the heart of Tiwai-Pornamu, the Southwest World Heritage Area, and a close-up encounter with the untouched landscape. The drive by bus also took us to Arrowtown, where I picked up a couple of local snacks before getting to Queenstown, where I was able to try the famous burger. And here's a local tip. Just call ahead and get your burger, and you will not have to wait in that ridiculous line.
All right, I got my Ferg burger, and I was told to bring it here to Perky's Floating Bar, because if you call it in, it doesn't take as long. I mean, I got it in like 20 minutes. I didn't have to wait in line. And second, I can now eat this on this beautiful barge on the lake at sunset. Doesn't get better than that. Good morning. This morning, I woke up extra early. I even put on makeup today because we have an epic day ahead. It takes 4 hours to get there and 4 hours to get back from Queenstown, but we're going to Milford Sound. And I have heard only incredible things about this place. We have just stopped to get some coffee, a little bathroom break at this stunning lake. This is just what New Zealand looks like. It's amazing. Like the views, the people here have been just so lovely. This is one of the most incredible countries I have ever been to. I just can't say that enough. I've been to some really great spots. This is top of the top.
A full day of travel eventually gets us to Milford Sound, considered the 8th wonder of the world. This New Zealand fjord is characterized by dramatic cliffs, cascading waterfalls, lush rainforest, and its distinctive inky dark waters. It's a popular destination for scenic cruises, which is what we were enjoying.
This morning we've made it to the famous AJ Hackett Bungee New Zealand, but I'm actually not going bungee jumping. Not because I don't want to, but because I've done it before. I'm doing something else that is a world's first, the world's biggest, you might say, and I'm going to show you.
You probably know that commercial bungee jumping was invented here in the South Island with AJ Hackett Bungee New Zealand.
But what you probably don't know is that they also invented this. This is the Nevis Catapult, the world's biggest catapult, launching adventure seekers like myself across a valley here, going upwards of 60 miles per hour in 1.5 seconds.
Good, Tabitha?
Yo, that was sick.
It's not bad, eh?
I would totally do that 12 times. This morning is another incredible and epic morning in New Zealand. The South Island does not disappoint, and today we're doing the famous shot over jet. 10 people have told me that this is an absolute must-do if you come to Queenstown. So we're in line, and we're gonna do it.
The Shotover Jet is a thrilling boat experience in Queenstown, known for its high-speed rides through really narrow canyons and its famous 360 spins. I believe it can only needs about like 2 inches of water in order to go, which is mind-blowing when you think about it. It was founded back in 1965 and was the first commercial jet boating operation on the Shotover River. And it's had some pretty famous customers. No, not me, but look at this wall.
Okay. Jet boat, worth all the hype. Absolutely added to your bucket list when you come to New Zealand. And then you also get to look at this. So originally, I wasn't gonna film this part of my adventure, but we decided to hike Ben Lomond. We're almost to the peak. These are the views. This is just supposed to be a little me time, but I decided to share it with you guys because it's way too beautiful. I mean, absolutely the most beautiful country. That's one side, we're on like a little ridge. There's Queenstown down there. Yeah, my breath. So we're taking a cruise on the TSS Ernslaw, which is a steamship from 1912. The views are incredible. The history is amazing, and the sun came out after a really kind of cloudy day. I keep throwing my arms out to be like, look, look! Off the boat, now it's time for a farewell barbecue dinner. A farewell barbecue dinner. Say that fast 3 times.
So I had one New Zealand specific thing that I needed to knock off my bucket list, and I finally got to do it. That's right, I got to pet a sheep.
So I've jokingly had this request, not jokingly, that I desperately wanted to pet a sheep. And sheep, the term being a sheep comes because they are very, sheepish, they're skittish. But I got to pet one. I went a little early to the farm show that's going to be happening in a couple of minutes. And there was a lovely gentleman there, and I was like, can I please pet a sheep? And he was shearing one. He like took out his earphones, and he was like, what? I was like, can I pet your sheep? And he was like, oh yeah. And I got to pet him. It was awesome. It was like bucket list. I want to pet a sheep, and I got to pet a sheep. Like it made the whole list of things extra awesome.
The perfect ending to a trip of a lifetime. We swam with dolphins, we've been wowed by some of the most amazing aircraft ever built, learned the art of filmmaking, and took in the most incredible sights by train with Great Journeys New Zealand.
I can't thank you enough for joining me on this epic adventure through New Zealand for this episode of Travel with Tabitha. I have to tell you, I don't know if there's a better way to explore the country than taking a train, a bus, and a ferry from the top of the North Island in Auckland down towards the bottom of the South Island in Queenstown. This has been one of my favorite bucket list experiences, and as always, I can't wait to share the next one with you as well. 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much for joining me on this 3. Is it gonna go? And they are gonna leave us. 1 second. Claire and I almost got left, but they're not gonna leave us, right? Probably not.
Welcome back to Next Stop. On today's episode, I am taking you to Vail, Colorado. And with over 300 days of sunshine, Vail is one of the most beautiful places in the United States. You know what? It's one of the most beautiful places in the world. From its cobblestone streets, to its Bavarian village, to its incredible food scene, its incredible hotel scene, hiking, fishing. There are endless possibilities here, and guess what? You're coming with me. Spanning Gourd Creek, this covered bridge happens to be the official entry spot into Vail Village. It was built in the early 1960s, and it also happens to be the perfect selfie spot. There are so many local gems and hidden spots here in Vail, and now something new. While you're watching this episode, you can explore even more through the BEONDTV app. Just open the BEONDTV app and scan your screen. You'll get more of the trip than we could even fit in the show. It's a whole new way to travel from your phone, and it all starts right now.
These are an assortment of dry flies. All right, these are grasshopper imitations.
All right.
We're gonna do that.
That's what Kyle says.
Yep, we're gonna get you
He guarantees I'm gonna catch a fish.
So all the bugs that the fish eat on the surface are ones that come from the river.
Gosh, Kyle knows his I can tell you about the box office slump of 2025.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Ready to learn how to do it?
Yeah.
Do a little casting.
Beauty.
Ah, I'm casting. Oh!
There you go, buddy.
Oh!
There it is. He ate that little caddis fly right in the tip of his mouth there. Pluck that out there.
There goes Frank Costanza. I've named him Frank Costanza.
There you go. Lift it up like a loaf of bread. Okay. He might stop.
Do I put him in the water?
Yeah, go ahead and maybe turn him to the camera.
Okay. All right. Oh,
He's still trying to make quit.
Hey, Pookie. Okay, here he goes. Here goes Frank. Bye, Frank. There he goes. Go, Frank, go. There goes Frank.
Nicely done.
Good stuff.
Wow.
Good fish. Made some magic happen, huh?
Yes, thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Welcome to the absolutely stunning Four Seasons Resort and Residences here in Vail. Now, this property features 110 guest rooms, some of the largest in Vail Valley, and 25 absolutely gorgeous residences. All right, I heard about Colorado's only wine window, and I had to see this for myself. So we're here at the Four Seasons. I'm pressing the button that says Buzz for Spritz, Spritz for Buzz. Pressing it now. Let's see if this actually works. I think it's happening. Guess what? It's a spritz, and it happened that fast. Let me take a sip. Hold, please. Welcome to the Vail Farmers Market and Art Show. Now, this happens every Sunday during the summer through September, and it features over 140 vendors from food, from art.
It's the Dallas Divide near Ridgeway. Beautiful Colorado place.
It's got this whole community vibe.
We'll just use that flame again to cool it down and even it out.
All right, Brandon, I was told that the peaches here in Vail, you got to try the peaches. You got to try the peaches. Why?
So one thing that sets us apart definitely is we are certified organic. We wait until the day before markets to pull the peaches off the trees. So you can definitely taste that fresh ripeness right out of the peach when you bite into it.
All right, give me a peach, Brandon.
Yes, sir, of course.
I'm entering the splash zone. Oh, wow.
There's some napkins.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God. Brandon wasn't lying.
Yes.
AR peaches.
I just had the peach.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, Georgia, but we're winning the peach contest.
Georgia who?
We do little charcuterie boxes that people can take with them. It's like a little meal for one or a snack for two.
Right now, I am taking the gondola up Vail Mountain. We're going over 10,000 feet to the top. And a lot of people, when they think of Vail, they think, oh, you know, it's obviously for skiing in the winter, but there's so much to do here during the summertime.
We just did some downhill. It'll put you back in the shoes of being like a 12-year-old kid, going to your friend's house, gets that adrenaline rush.
This is a family cold plunge. It's a natural cold plunge.
This truly is an extraordinary place to live.
I'm gonna call you a Vail legend. What is so magical about this place?
Well, for us, what was magical was really two things. That first, it felt immediately like was just kind of a perfect fit. It has this very alpine, Tyrolean, Bavarian feel to it. And the second piece is the people.
I love the local crowd that is here, that supports each other, but I also love that people come from everywhere. Like, we hear every language being spoken right now.
We are going to go on a backcountry llama lunch. We will do a hike to a nice lunch spot. We'll have lunch and then we'll hike on back. Once they commit to going over, there's no stopping. I mean, they eat as much as possible. They'll spit on each other. They'll spit on each other if they're overcrowded or they want to eat the same thing. We bring some treats. They get flake corn, and that's like a bowl of candy. When we go to get them in the pasture, you shake some corn, and there are llamas running.
From gourmet restaurants to casual patios, Vail's culinary scene shines in summer. Visitors can enjoy farm-to-table cuisine, local brews, and wine tastings, all with mountain views and that fresh alpine air. So if you've been watching Next Stop, you know that I like to drink, and you also know that I like to eat. So I'm starting out with these little dainty appetizers in this gigantic pretzel on like an antler thing and a Caesar salad. Also, we have a margarita, which is gorgeous with a rose inside. Prost. Sweet Basil is one of Vail's most iconic restaurants. This Michelin-recommended establishment blends innovative cuisine with a sophisticated mountain ambiance,
This is beef tenderloin.
offering an unforgettable dining experience in the heart of the village. Oh boy, right. There's a flame going on, there's vegetables, there's a pot full of cheese, there's a Wiener Schnitzel. That's it? There's not more, I'm just kidding. We are at the Swiss Chalet, which is a restaurant that is part of the Sonnenalp Hotel, and as you can see, your fondue fantasies have come to life. All right, just let me be with this. Please look away. I've had an incredible time here in Vail, and to plan your own Vail vacation, be sure to open up the BEONDTV app and scan your screen right now. And you can head to discovervail.com. But be sure to keep it on BEONDTV because you never know where my next stop is gonna be. See ya.
I've been exploring the largest of Spain's Canary Islands, Tenerife. Today I'm experiencing the famous microclimates at play as I've had to wrap up warm to travel fairly quickly up to a much higher altitude.
Perhaps when you think of Tenerife, what springs to mind is palm trees and beaches. And of course, you wouldn't be wrong, but actually for a lot of people, what Tenerife really represents is Spain's most popular national park and the highest peak in Spain, Mount Teide.
For those not wanting to do the full hike up, there is the option of a cable car, which takes 8 minutes. But it will only take you up so far, and if you want to reach the summit, there's a fairly tough uphill walk ahead of you.
This terrain doesn't even feel like Spain, never mind Tenerife. You're getting some absolutely incredible views from up here, over all different peaks, and also you can actually see the route of the old lava flow from 1909 on the last eruption. I'll be honest with you, the smell of sulphur is almost a little bit overpowering, but it's completely worth it for these absolutely magnificent views over the whole of Tenerife and out to the other Canary Islands, and I definitely think this is going to be a highlight of my visit here.
The lower levels of oxygen at the higher altitude makes walking a little more tricky than at sea level. However, given the beautiful views on the way up, taking your time on the hike isn't an issue.
So finally, after what seems like a fairly embarrassing amount of time, I've reached the peak of Mount Teide. So I'm now at 3,715 meters up, which still does feel like an achievement. To put it into perspective, the highest peak in the UK is under half the height, and Everest Base Camp is less than 1,500 meters higher.
It had been a really enjoyable climb, although admittedly slightly more challenging than some of the crew had expected, and some tourists do find themselves suffering from altitude sickness during the climb. Teide National Park is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the most visited national parks in Europe. It's nearly 19,000 hectares and supports a diverse number of plant species, 33 of which are endemic to Tenerife.
Still within Teide National Park and within sight of the mountain, the landscape has changed yet again, and now it almost appears Mars-like. So much so, in fact, that the European Space Agency actually used this area to test their prototypes before they take them up for space exploration.
It's also been the filming location for a number of Hollywood movies, including Clash of the Titans and Fast and Furious 6.
So just to the side of Mount Teide is another volcano which has erupted on a number of occasions over the previous few centuries. And the lava and the gases coming down the hill has resulted in particularly porous pumice stone, which you can find all over this area. So I'm still within the confines of Teide National Park, but I've decided that I'm going to go down there in style. So I've come to one of the popular launch spots for paragliders here in Tenerife. We're at 2,200 meters up, and actually it's popular all year round for pilots because of the wonderful climate here. So it looks like there's a few paragliders ready to take off together, and we are going to be flying over that sea of cloud, which looks absolutely incredible. I have tried paragliding once before, but it was not from this altitude, so I'm pretty excited. all the Canary pines, beautiful pine forest, which they used to be able to chop down, but now they're protected. And then below that is the sea of cloud, which just looks amazing. I honestly cannot get over the views from up here. Being on top of the clouds like this is just absolutely insane. This must be the closest you can come to flying. As an experienced traveller, you can occasionally become a little nonplussed with some experiences, but not this one. Honestly, one of the best feelings. Just starting to come into land, and we've got Tenerife's microclimates at play again. At the top was maybe only 8 degrees, and down here it's a lot warmer, probably about 20. And there's some lovely views over the Atlantic, out to the other Canary Islands.
Okay, look. Okay, very good. Nice.
Thanks so much.
Amazing.
That was so good.
Nice passenger.
The following morning I travelled to the mid-north of the island. The volcanic terrain and climate of Tenerife has resulted in some unique flavours, and I was keen to learn more about Canarian food and wine.
I've come to look around Casa del Vino, which is one of the only examples of 17th century haciendas open to the public in Tenerife. Now, centuries ago, this was owned by wealthy landowners and wine producers, and now it's home to a small museum, a tasting room, and a restaurant. So most of the haciendas of the time had private chapels, but this one is particularly special as it has an incredibly ornate ceiling. The walls of the hacienda are almost a metre thick, the idea being that it would keep the temperature constant inside, so cooler in summer and warmer in winter. There was also a second benefit, as seats could be placed by the window, and the ladies at the time would sit here and embroider and snoop on the world outside.
Casa del Vino is home to one of the oldest original wine presses on the island. The workers would be inside treading the grapes, and then when almost all the juice was out, horses would be used to turn the screw to get the last juice out of the skin. Casa del Vino offers tastings, and I'd enlisted the help of a local guide to talk me through some of the flavours.
So hi Alice, welcome to the House of Wine.
Thank you so much.
Here we have this, a great selection of wines from Tenerife. Wine is one of our star products. And here in Tenerife we have like 5 wine regions related to wine, and the best wines from those regions have a European certificate because of its high quality. So at the end we have very good wines here on the island.
And do you export them to other areas as well?
Yeah, but in general terms, our production is quite limited, and besides, we Canadians drink most of our wine. We keep the best for us,
You do,
really.
you keep it to yourselves.
So we just export a small part of the production, but surprisingly, we mainly export abroad. We hardly export to mainland Spain because, there we have these well-known brands like Rioja, Ribera, and we cannot compete with them in prices.
And what about the terrain of Tenerife? Why do you think that makes
yeah,
good wine?
it's an advantage for our wine because, you know, well, we are a 100% volcanic island, and so our soil gives the wine an intense flavor and a strong personality. And besides, yeah, we use some varieties, local varieties of grapes that you cannot find anywhere else in the world.
Casa del Vino has over 300 wines to choose from, and the tasting was even more fun and worthwhile, having learned a bit about the history of wine production on the island. The wines were accompanied by a selection of local cheeses served with 3 varieties of honey, including a chestnut honey, which has to be one of the most delicious I've ever tried. My afternoon would carry on the culinary theme with a visit to Bodegas Monje. I met the owner Felipe, and as we walked past the oak barrels, he told me about the traditions of the winery dating back to 1750. He also suggested that I met with his head chef, who would show me how to make the most famous sauces on Tenerife. So I've been to quite a few restaurants around Tenerife now, and I've seen the mojo sauces, the potatoes in lots of places.
See, it's the mojo is the most famous sauce in our tradition, and it's a very simple sauce, very fresh, and the most important relationship with this sauce is this variety of potato. We call this variety papa bonita. It's translated beautiful potato. Okay, it was the first variety from America to Europe. If you want to find something similar, you need to travel to Ecuador or South America. Okay, see, we cook these potatoes at special way. So we call this way papa arrugada, so wrinkly potatoes. Okay.
I'm guessing there's a lot of salt that goes in here.
We use a lot of salt. We are trying to copy the seawater. Okay. Our grandmothers use seawater, because today you can find the salt everywhere, but in the past.
That's all going in? Wow.
No, well, a few of water and a lot of salt, okay? We need 20 minutes of boiling, okay? Now, the sauce. We have two varieties, two types of mojo, green mojo and red mojo. But the famous is red mojo, and we start with a...
Is this sauce unique to Tenerife?
No, it's typical from all Canary Islands. There is thousands of recipes. I say one grandmother, one recipe.
So this is your grandmother's recipe?
See, everybody have in his family his own recipe. Okay, it's a sauce very, very simple.
Gaspar described the mojo sauces as a basic recipe, but one where you can easily play with the flavours, although he advised me to take care with the stronger flavours like smoked paprika, garlic and vinegar. This freedom to experiment with the taste of a mojo sauce means that you never know what you're going to get when you order one in Tenerife, with some much saltier or spicier than others.
Okay, it's very important cut small pieces, because we are going to use the mortar, because it's the traditional way.
What
kind of meals do you serve the sauces with? It's with fish, with meat?
Okay, traditionally the red mojo with the meat or chicken, and the green mojo with fish.
Pleasingly, most of the ingredients were things you might already have at home. A generous serving of garlic, red pepper, fresh chili as well as dried chili, oil and vinegar.
Delicious. That's actually quite spicy. A little spicier than the ones I've tried before, which I guess proves the point that every family, every different restaurant has its own unique recipe, but hopefully I can try and recreate this one back in London.
After lunch, I took a little time to explore the winery some more, and there was one lady I wanted to pay a visit to. Natalie has a workshop and small store beneath the restaurant where she uses natural dyes taken from the byproducts of wine production to create some unique and fashionable pieces.
So what gave you the inspiration to start using these products to dye the materials?
Well, more than an inspiration, that was the need of getting the right ingredient to fix natural dye into textile. And when I did discover that that cream of tartar originally comes from a winery, I came here and I fell in love with the place. So I could convince the owner to let me collect whatever I wanted from the production of the wine, but also any plants from his property to do my natural dyeing work. And that's what I am doing here since 5 years.
And I can see different jars behind you. Can you talk me through
Yes.
materials?
Yes, actually, this is the red wine cream of tartar, let's say. I have some from the white wine. Here are locally collected cochineal, which is a very important historic dye and which is produced in the Canary Islands. And then I have like a special mixture, which are vinegars, local vinegars from the winery, in which I had put different pieces of metal. That makes what we call an acetate, and also it helps to change one basic color to another. The influence of the metal will act on the textile and will move the color to different range. So.
Somebody told me that some of the big fashion houses like Christian Dior have started using techniques that you've been using for years.
Yes, exactly. This is funny because they proposed this spring-summer 2020. The runway goes about the collecting plants by an Italian artist, and she's making that eco-print, slow fashion printing with plants. And well, yes, I had been here 5 years doing this already. So
you're ahead of the trend, I think.
Well, I think the trends, it's the trends. It's about trends chaser. People walk around, travel around, and they always like chasing new way of changing what's up and proposing new things. And the world of fashion is definitely changing. Everybody is already producing natural dye, and produce those new collection will be soon in shops and big warehouse as well, because I can say that I did detect that Sarah is selling natural dyeing t-shirts already. So the world is really changing, and that's good news.
We've got some absolutely beautiful pieces. Thank you so much for showing me.
You are welcome. That was a pleasure.
The next day was to be my final on the island, but I still had a few things planned after a leisurely wake-up at my hotel.
If you're like me and love heritage properties, then you're going to be blown away by the number of unique places to stay that Tenerife has to offer. I've chosen a family-run boutique property, lovingly restored over 4 years. And of course, now it does have a number of modern touches, such as a courtyard pool, but it's also maintained that historic charm with a gorgeous roof terrace and views over the clock tower behind. I'm spending my final morning on the island looking around La Laguna, which for around 3 centuries was the former capital of Tenerife, and now is a popular, bustling town with over 600 historic buildings and pretty cobbled streets. La Laguna is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and it was actually awarded this status around 20 years ago because of the significance of the grid layout of the old town. And this was actually the guide for many other old towns, including Old Havana and Cartagena in Colombia. Now, a little tip when you're wandering around is make sure you look up, because above us there are some absolutely beautiful balconies made out of Canarian pine that can be spotted all around the town. La Laguna is a gem of a historic town, with multicoloured mansions lining the streets, and famed for its religious buildings, including a neoclassical cathedral. Its 15th century design, built without protective walls, gives it a distinctive feel, and it's a very pleasant place to walk around. As is the nearby Instituto de Canarias, which has been a centre of education in the city since 1846. Unfortunately, it's come now to the end of my trip, but Tenerife has really just proved that it has something to offer for every type of traveller. Having visited the island on a number of occasions before, I'd made the mistake that many travellers do of spending most of my time around the beach areas or the popular resorts of Las Americas and Los Cristianos. But on this visit, I'd seen a side to Tenerife that many don't even know exists. A wild, beautiful island with a strong culture, a proud history and a thriving foodie scene. But what's made it really special for me is the people that I've met along the way. They always say the people makes the place, and it's definitely true of Tenerife, and it's certainly somewhere I'm very keen to come back to. The largest of Spain's Canary Islands, Tenerife, lies 300 kilometres off the coast of Morocco. The year-round sunshine and frequent flight connections with low-cost airlines means that Tenerife is generally known as being a beach break destination. But venture away from the resort areas and Tenerife has some wild landscapes, national parks and mountain ranges. Whilst the island is also home to UNESCO World Heritage Sites and
and historic towns, as well as adventurous activities, hiking and biking trails, and a thriving foodie scene. Tenerife is certainly a destination that people think they know well, but I'm keen to explore a more surprising side to the island.
Now, Tenerife has some absolutely incredible luxury hotels, and many of them, despite being fairly large, still have a very boutique-y feel. I've chosen to stay right by the water, my first hotel on the island, because I just love waking up and hearing the sound of the waves. Now, on this trip to Tenerife, I want to see lots of different aspects of the island. I want to see the nature, get out and do some adventurous activities, learn a little bit about the history, and of course, try the food.
My first day on the island was a typically sunny one, and I headed down to the harbour as I'd hired a boat. One of the best ways to see the beautiful coastline is of course from the water. But in Tenerife, there's the added bonus of the year-round possibility of seeing whales.
We're starting to get some absolutely lovely views of the marina now. And from this angle, you can see just how mountainous Tenerife is, including just behind me, the highest peak in Spain, which is 3,700 meters. And I think in a few days' time, I'm going to venture up.
As we headed out into open water, I was keen to have a quick chat with the skipper to ask what we might expect to see.
So what kind of whales can we expect to see on this trip?
Easy, more or less easy, 90% of possibilities to spot the pilot whales, short fin pilot whales, because they are resident here all year around. And if we are lucky, maybe also bottlenose dolphin, Atlantic spot dolphin, every day is different. They are wild and free and never knows.
So it's quite a good place to actually come whale watching, Tenerife?
Yeah, the best in Europe. The best in Europe.
And is this part of a migration route as well?
Yeah. Now we are in season from big whales like Bryce whale, fin whale. If we are special lucky, maybe a sperm whale. They come always in winter.
Wow. And it's something that you can do all year round as well, though, or just during the winter months?
Every season have different kinds of dolphins or whales. We have in summer one, in spring the other one. We are really, really lucky. We have a lot.
Wow. We've just spotted our first whales. There's 3 pilot whales here, and they're so close to the boat. I have seen whales before, but honestly, I don't think I've seen them this close. That's incredible.
Pilot whales are among the largest of the oceanic dolphins, exceeded in size only by the killer whale. They are highly social animals, and researchers say that both males and females remain in their mother's pod.
They actually have around 400 resident pilot whales here, and it's also a migration route. So although it's not guaranteed, on most trips out on the boats, you are likely to see the whales.
Pilot whale pods range from a few to over 100 individuals, showcasing tight-knit family bonds and sophisticated communication skills. Their diet primarily consists of squid and fish, and they're renowned for their distinctively rounded heads and sleek black bodies. Despite their size, these whales are surprisingly agile, capable of breaching and diving with impressive precision. The pilot whales here have unique hunting behaviours which haven't been observed elsewhere. One example is their deep, high-speed dives to chase and capture squid. After a brilliant start to my first day in Tenerife, we had some time to relax on deck and were treated to homemade cakes and snacks and some cava, which I can never say no to. I'm on my way to the village of Masca, which is in the Teno range of mountains, and it's known as the Lost Village because until 1991 there were no roads leading there. Nowadays, of course, we do have a road, albeit a slightly windy hairpin road, but the views along the way are absolutely incredible. The road to Masca is one of the most notorious on the island, with the hairpin bends twisting and turning on the side of the mountains, with a sheer cliff edge just feet away. But those who do make the journey will be rewarded with one of the most picturesque villages in Europe. With such a dreamy approach, it will take your breath away. So although it was a slightly treacherous drive, it was so worth it because this village is absolutely delightful. There are 90 people currently living here and we're at 790 metres elevation, and it's become somewhat a tourist hotspot, and it's easy to see why. Masca is located in the interior of the Teno Rural Park in the municipality of Buenavista del Norte in the extreme northwest of the island. It's a historical site included in the list of assets of cultural interest due to its heritage value. The houses of Masca are traditional constructions made of volcanic stone, wood from local trees and mud with pretty red tiled roofs. Masca is referred to as the Machu Picchu of Tenerife because of the large rock formation, and similarly to the Incan city, you can't see Masca from below at sea level, so until fairly recently it was completely cut off from the outside world. To hike down the Masca ravine to the Atlantic is only around 10 kilometres, although it's a tough trail with steep ascents and descents. Along the way, it's also possible to observe traces of the ravine's past uses, with old cultivated terraces, water channels and caves used as shelters by the goat herds. The volcanic materials of the walls along the path make up one of the oldest areas of Tenerife, and the ravine represents the scars carved by millions of years of erosion. Hiking is not the only outdoor activity popular in Tenerife, however, as it is also world famous for its road cycling. So much so that a number of the previous winners of the Tour de France trained on the island, as it's helpful for tougher training with the quick changes in altitude. Although for those of us not quite at competition level, there are some great woodland trails, many with views of Mount Teide. The varied terrains of Tenerife mean that you'll be cycling under pine tree canopies 1 minute, then have ocean views the next. What I love about cycling here is the terrain changes so quickly. So I started off my route with the blue skies above me and then came under the forest canopy, which was so peaceful. And now I've stopped and I've just got these amazing valley views. It's absolutely no surprise that Tenerife attracts so many nature lovers.
So Tenerife is an absolute haven for water sports lovers, and even on a Monday in November, El Medano Beach, where I've come today, is absolutely jam-packed with surfers, windsurfers, and what I'm doing today is having a kite surfing lesson.
El Medano is the most popular spot in Tenerife for kite surfing. It is well known among kiters who flock here from all over Europe to take advantage of its unbeatable coastline. In my head, I envisaged myself immediately out on the water, but of course the basic lessons of kite surfing involve mastering flying the kite itself, which is actually quite tricky.
It feels like there's actually quite a lot to remember at once, and there's this impulse to pull it towards you when you're actually meant to be releasing.
The area hosts national and international competitions, as it affords kite surfers 300 days of wind a year, and the water temperature is always mild. The instructor Chris encouraged me to make slower movements, but as a beginner there's the tendency to make quick jerky movements, which can result in the kite moving unexpectedly, just like it did here.
Sorry, Chris. Only ever so slight movements, isn't it? Small movements.
That evening I had something special planned, as I'd managed to get a reservation at one of Tenerife's most well-renowned restaurants.
Obviously, an important part of any trip and a great way to learn about a new destination is by trying the food. And Tenerife is now the proud home of a number of Michelin-starred restaurants and fine dining locations. And I'm visiting Puerto de la Cruz, where I've come to El Taller de Seve, where chef Seve Diaz creates some gastronomic delights out of local products.
Featured in the Michelin Guide, the restaurant's gastronomic proposal is based on the wisdom of Mediterranean cuisine, recreated with imagination, with food reinvented in original and contemporary combinations. Chef Seve's dishes are a fusion of flavours, and every detail of the meal has been considered, right from the infused butters served with the bread to the wine pairings. The warmth and friendliness of Chef Seve and his staff would be reason enough to return to the restaurant, but the food was definitely one to remember.
So Chef Seve is part of a popular movement on Tenerife and the Canary Islands called Kilometre Zero, whereby restaurants try to use as many local ingredients as they can. And Seve actually changes the menu a number of times a year to keep the food fresh and seasonal. Delicious. Now, the food on Tenerife obviously does have some similarities with mainland Spain, but I've been told there's actually a lot more similarities with food in Latin America, because the Canary Islands have always been a bridge between Europe and the Americas. So a great example of this Latin influence is actually the use of coriander in so many dishes in the Canary Islands, including this tuna tartare, which isn't particularly common on the mainland, but of course throughout Latin America and now on Tenerife is incredibly common.
After a truly memorable meal, I was ready for another day of exploring. Today I would be visiting a region called Anaga, which has been declared a biosphere reserve, and I would be joined by Aaron Barreto Martin, the co-founder of Anaga Experience.
Hi Alex, welcome to Anaga.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for the interest that you have to show the world the Anaga Mountains, how different is this part of the island of Tenerife. Anaga Mountains is a reserve of biosphere. It's a special place where we continue with the life that we have 40 years ago in the rest of the island.
I think people maybe from the UK don't always realise quite what a strong culture Tenerife has.
I have been working with another companies in England, and when they come with us, they say, I know right now how the ground or the sense of Tenerife. Why? Because I was here 30 years ago, and I just saw the south of the island, no? Where the sun and beaches and cream, cocoa smell, and all that. But Anaga Mountains on this area is totally different. It's healthy. It's a part of our culture. It's totally different. Also, The little towns is, if you see, is most of the people who live there is old people. So we are very, very interested in continue with those cultures because they have been worried about this land for 100 years or more.
In June 2015, UNESCO announced that it was adding 20 new sites to its network of biosphere reserves, one of which was in Tenerife. The initiative was designed to promote and encourage the interaction between people and their natural environment all over the world.
At the visitor centre, there were actually coach loads of people turning up and lots of people doing short hikes. But now we've come a kilometre into Anaga and there's absolutely nobody here, just the two of us and the birds. And people are really missing out. These are some of the most incredible views on the island.
Aaron was keen to take me to the village of Taberno, a hamlet within the biosphere where local people are not only preserving cultural pastimes from Tenerife themselves, but also teaching them to younger generations so they aren't forgotten. The walk was a spectacular one, with views across the reserve on one side, with the Atlantic on the other. We were in Taberno to learn about the Salto del Pastor, or Shepherd's Leap, which dates back to the original inhabitants of the Canary Islands, the Guanches. Canarian shepherds required a specialist means of transporting themselves safely across ravines and down steep embankments, and settled on the use of long wooden poles known as lanza. The poles are fitted with sharp metal points and are waxed using animal fats to allow one's hands to slide easily up and down the pole. Concerned that traditional practices like these were dying out, local people formed a collective to ensure the skills are passed on through generations, through workshops and classes in schools.
So we are in Taberno right now, and Taberno is another important place in the reserve of Biosfere, and it's where you can see the Salto del Pastor, a typical activity in the people who live here before, that they use it to work through the mountains. No?
Wow.
Like you can see it. As you can see there, yes, how they use it.
Incredible, look at that. That's fabulous, I've never seen that before.
Oh.
Thank you so much, that was incredible. So is the technique still widely practiced nowadays?
Yes, we are still practice this sport, but thanks of this collective, no, that they are fighting to continue with the heritage, no. But before it was using for all the shepherd, as you know, in Canary Island, before the conquest, the people who live here, they live with the goat, cheese and the goat, and they were shepherds. Sorry. So they needed to transport them themselves through the mountains, and yes, and practical use. They was normal, but now it's just this type of collective who fight and continue with the culture.
I wanted to have a try myself, although from a much lower height than Juan Pedro had just come from. He showed me how to use the pole and demonstrated how the waxed handle made it easier to slide your hands up and down. Let me tell you though, it's much harder than it looks, even from only a couple of feet up.
I think it's absolutely fantastic that there are so many people on Tenerife really dedicated to preserving the history, the culture and the heritage. This is a technique I've never seen before, I've never even heard of, and it's been wonderful to have a try, even if I was a little bit terrible myself.
The Salto del Pastor is not the only traditional technique that is being practiced by the collective. Aaron was keen to show me how shepherds would have communicated across the hillside through a sing-song whistling technique.
He's gonna show you the language with the whistle, no? How to connect with other persons in a long distance with this form with whistling, no? With whistling. So he told me that he's gonna say to the other person that he need to touch his head, and let's see how he's gonna do it.
Okay, let's see.
Tócate la cabeza.
Oh, very good.
but if you know Spanish, you can hear how he's speaking, because tócate la cabeza. You know, it's like singing.
It had been a fascinating afternoon learning about a cultural site of Tenerife not widely known about, and a pleasure to see the collective fighting to protect it. As the clouds drew in, we headed back down to the coast for sunset. Tenerife's beaches are known for how pretty they are during the day, but in the evening, with the pink skies over the fishing boats, the beach really looked dreamy.
I have been absolutely blown away by the diversity of what Tenerife has to offer, and I've only been here a few days. I've been up into the mountains and learnt about the culture and the history of the island. I've tried delicious Canarian food, and now I'm ending my day in the only way that seems fit, with a cocktail on Las Teresitas Beach.
Hey, I'm Kinga Phillips for Travel and Explain on BEOND TV, where we attempt to unravel some of the world's most perplexing mysteries. Now today we head to Japan, where the myth of the siren is vastly different than the Western version of a beautiful mermaid. Now in Japanese folklore, a monster called the Ningyo is described as having a fish body with a human face and a monkey's mouth, sometimes covered in shiny gold scales, which sounds nice, but she might also have horns and fangs, which is less nice. Clearly, this is no Disney princess. Now, Ningyo sightings go back to the earliest written Japanese histories. The first mention is found in the Nihon Shoki, which is one of the oldest books of classical Japanese history and dates back to 610 CE. The mermaid lore is pretty well documented globally. Back in 1786, in the work titled New Treatise on Six Things, the author concluded that mermaids not only existed, but described their physical attributes and the medicinal effects of consuming them. Apparently, merfolk hand rolls were all the rage. Or were they? Now, not sure who was making up the rule books regarding mermaids, but in a rather conflicting strategy, lore states that anyone who eats a Ningyo will have eternal youth and beauty. Hey, but the act of catching one brings destruction and misfortune to entire villages. Definitely boo. Now, to make matters even more challenging, the Ningyo can place a powerful curse on those trying to harm or capture them. Legends tell of an entire city swallowed by earthquake or tsunamis after some fisherman caught a Ningyo in his nets and brought it home. Well, no word on if anyone ate it and actually got an instant glow up. Now, jumping ahead to 1999, a wooden tablet depicting a priest in what appears to be a ningyo was unearthed at the Suzaki archaeological site in Akita Prefecture. The tablet, which dates back to the late 1200s, contains words to the effect of, "Poor thing, but you must kill it." Now, it seems that back in the day when the world was dark and ravaged by conflict, sounds kind of familiar, the appearance of a strange and frightening creature really freaked people out as a bad omen. And the priest seems to be suggesting sacrificing the creature to keep disaster at bay. Fair. Now, during Japan's Tokugawa period in the late 16 to 1800s, curiosity shows were all the rage and often had mummified ningyo on display. Now, once again, some drunk guy was making the rules because it was said that seeing the ningyo or even photos of them protected the viewer against various ailments and led to a long and happy life. But aren't we all asking the same question here? Who captured the ningyo and what happened to them in their village? These human fish mummies were such a hit, they even appeared in traveling shows all the way to Europe. Even American showman P.T. Barnum got his hands on one. It was called the Fiji Mermaid, and in 1842, it was his prize showing until it was destroyed in a fire. So what's the latest on ningyo? Well, a temple in Fukuoka, Japan has displayed the remains of a mermaid that is said to have washed ashore in 1222, and the water used to soak the bones is said to have healing properties. Now, in 2022, scientists were given permission to test the mummy. Turns out, the torso was made from cloth, paper, and cotton held together by metal pins. The skin was from a pufferfish with a dash of mammal hair. The teeth were from a predatory fish, and claws from some sort of unidentifiable land animal. Well, that is one down, but there are 14 other mermaid mummies on display in Japan, which have yet to be analyzed. So who's to say that one of them is not the real ningyo? I'm Kinga Phillips for Travel Unexplained on BEOND TV. Till next time, stay curious.
I've been spending time in the Central American country of Belize. My past few days have been in the rainforest and Maya Mountains region near the border with Guatemala, but now I've come to the coastal regions and I'm staying in the palm-lined village of Hopkins. The cultures of Belize are as diverse as its landscapes, and I'm going to be meeting some people who are ambassadors for the varied music, food, art and medicine in the country.
On my travels, I've learnt about quite a number of natural remedies, and some of them I always stand by. Using ginger for travel sickness, rubbing your hands on a termite mound and then rubbing that on your skin to prevent mosquito bites. And I've always been interested to learn more about natural remedies. So I've come to Nukcha Ale Cottages. Nukcha Ale means centre of the jungle, and here I'm going to be taking a walk through their medicinal garden and then taking part in a traditional Mayan healing ceremony.
I am going to share with you a little bit about Maya culture. We are Maya people, and I am one of the 3 groups of people that live in this country. You have the Mopan Maya, which I belong to, the Kekchi Maya and the Yucatecan Mayas.
And what's the message that you want visitors to come away with when they visit you here?
Well, first of all, I want them to understand that we are Maya people. We are different. We are a people of the rainforest, right? It means that we have a more specific or an integral relation to the forest.
And all of this knowledge that you've got, presumably you're passing it on to your children as well.
Exactly. That's part of the reason why we have this place, to not only promote but also to advocate for the use of these local plants through local knowledge. We get sick, I don't know about you, but when we get sick, we don't necessarily go to the doctor or to the hospital right away. We have options out here.
You've got hundreds of options around you.
We either have to go and get that leaf, that bark, that root, or that fruit. We bring it, we turn it into tea, we take it, and that takes care of our problem. That is why the forest is so important for indigenous people, for Maya people, and that's what we do every day. Now you take away all of this for us, we're going to be dead, because there is no way we can support our cultural way of life. And for us, we are happy doing that. That's what makes our life very cultural. We depend on the resources. It's always here for us.
To learn more about the medicinal properties of the plants in Belize, I met with Ernesto's wife Aurora. She's a Maya healer and treats locals as well as people who come to stay from all over the world.
As we will walk around, you're going to see a lot of different plants. When I was studying with my teacher, my uncle, the healer, I asked how many of these plants is medicine, and he said everything. Wow. Everything that you see. You just have to learn how to use them. And then being a healer for 30 years, I am seeing that that is very true. I still have not, known everything that is in the forest yet. I am still learning at this stage. So I work with a little over 150 plants in the forest. So we don't have to grow them, we just go out and collect them.
Aurora and I took a walk around the forest, which doubles as her medicinal garden, and she introduced me to some of the plants and their uses. It was incredible that almost everything we passed she had a number of uses for to help with varying ailments.
This plant here is important for us because this is how we heal ourselves with arthritis and rheumatism. In the Mayan culture, we don't have any replacement of kneecaps, or we don't punish too much with pains and inflammation. So what I do with this plant here, I combine a few species of this piper here, and I make a gel, and I make also a salve. A gel and a salve. And if you smell the gel, it also smells nice.
So do you find, like arthritis, there are certain things that Mayan people just don't suffer from?
Yes, we still have it. Sometimes our hands get stiff. Once you start to use this ointment here or this one here, it starts to be flexible again. And once you get over your problem, you don't have to worry about it until you get that same problem maybe in a few more years down. Down. And so this one here, if you use it where you have a little inflammation, eventually you see that there's no more inflammation. It will remove it.
I've never heard of the trumpet tree before.
No. Well, locally they call it the trumpet tree because if I cut this tree, it would be hollow inside like a bamboo. And this particular tree has a lot of properties. So it also has some ants, living ants. It lives all on top of the tree there, all the way up. And even the ants has healing powers. For example, if you are like losing your mind, you're on anxiety. So what I do with the ants is I collect some of the ants and I will put it in your veins right here, see, in one of the veins, here or here, and let them bite you. And they remove the toxin out of your blood. And that helps you release some of your toxin.
Do you ever find if you have foreigners coming and you suggest that they let ants bite them, they feel a little nervous?
Yeah, no, they love it. Yeah, they love it. Yes, so they are always willing to, to try. We also use it for a lot of things. You see how much medicine I have in here?
So many options.
Yes. First, we can use the leaves. Those leaves there, you can use it, and then you can roll it as a cigar. And our grandmothers would go back of the house because they think it's disrespectful if they would puff their cigar in front of the children or grandchildren. So they would go behind the house and they would be puffing their cigars. So it helps you release the addiction of smoking.
Gathered around the fire, I had the honour to experience a spirit cleansing in the sacred ceremony performed by Aurora and Ernesto.
Wisdom giver, this is the greatest opportunity for us to come together to acknowledge your presence and to be thankful for everything that you have done to us as people. We appreciate your gift to us, the food we eat, the environment in which we live, the opportunities you've given to us so we can create our own vision. Wala tikatik techta takinech tikan, washan tanawik tipusikal.
Ernesto spoke in a combination of Mayan and English for my benefit, with a ceremony promoting spiritual harmony and renewal.
Katitikun ta kichpan be, yoklala behabe, kichpan tipon. Katibenes ti kustal ichin humpira kichpan kustal.
This kind of experience is exactly why I travel. To learn from other people and have experiences you wouldn't get anywhere else. I felt very present during it, not just the sound of Ernesto's voice, but also the sound of the wind, the crackling of the fire, even the smells, the aromas. It's definitely something I'm going to remember for a long time.
As a keen scuba diver, I couldn't visit Belize without spending some time on and under the water, so I organised to spend the day visiting some of the region's marine reserves. I was going to be joined by Elizabeth from the Southern Environmental Association and Mariko, a marine tour guide. Belize has put a number of measures in place to protect its natural resources, like working with Sea and Fragments of Hope, an organisation focused on coral reef restoration. To learn more, our first stop of the day was going to be Laughing Bird Key National Park, one of the protected areas that Sea co-manages and the focus of one of the restoration projects.
Where we are located right now is Laughing Bird Key National Park. This is a World Heritage Site. So Sea co-manages two protected areas, Laughing Bird Key National Park with the Forestry Department, and then we have Gladden-Spit and Silk Keys Marine Reserve with the Fisheries Department. Here is, as I said, it's a World Heritage Site. It's a farrow, it's very unique, and it's 10 acres, but it's completely no-take zone.
It is stunning as well, it's absolutely beautiful.
So here you cannot take anything, dead or alive. No, absolutely no kind of fishing can occur. And so when you dive, you will see an abundance of life. It's also the home of where Fragments of Hope started to do their restoration work. And so it's impressive when it comes to the coral restoration work.
So actually a lot of the corals surrounding here have been restored by Fragments of Hope?
Yes. This is like you would say, where they started from. And then by virtue of being in a protected area, then no one messes with it because they know we have our Coast Guards here and we have our rangers. We also have support from the Belize Coast Guard, so no one will come in and mess with what we have here.
Areas are scouted and pieces of living coral are collected and put on nursery tables that are bars cut on land and then assembled underwater using dive gear. Samples are then taken to labs to test the genetics, as although when they spawn they have male and female in their bundles, they can't self-fertilise. Projects so far have been successful, with small pieces growing into large bouquets within 10 months to a year.
Laughing Bird is awesome for its corals, and for diving then you have Gladden-Spit and Silk Keys Marine Reserve.
So obviously tourism is really important to Belize, but how difficult is it to balance the impact of tourism with protecting the marine reserves?
That's a very, very, very good question. It is something that for us as an NGO, our main purpose is that. We do have, you would say, like competition with other, like you have Mohoki right off here, that doesn't have the rules that we do.
Okay.
And so you do, in a sense, we lose a lot of income to Mohoki for Laughing Bird, because there you can snorkel and if you step on a coral, there's no real penalty. Here there is. In our case, while we look at it from the perspective of what we are protecting is something that's very valuable, and if that means that we do not have as much visitors, yes, we lose income, but we also apply for grant funding, and so we supplement that with that. It's for us, the tourist loss is not something that I wouldn't say fair, but it's not something that we say we will sacrifice what we have just to get in the tourist dollar. for those tour operators who value what we have, they will bring the tourists here. And those are the visitors that we want anyway, the ones that will appreciate what we have and treat it the way it should be treated.
We dived in the permitted area near Gladden Spit and Silk Keys Marine Reserve. It was a spectacular dive with great visibility, and we were accompanied for most of the dive by 2 curious nurse sharks. As well as the corals, there was an abundance of marine life. It's easy to see why Belize draws in scuba divers from all over the world. In Dangriga, I had been invited to spend the day with Pen Caetano and his wife Ingrid. Pen is regarded as the king of punta rock music, which he created as a way to revive and preserve Garifuna music amongst the younger generations. The couple are also both internationally recognised artists, and at their Homecome gallery they showed me their work as well as introducing me to a number of creatives from the community, including musicians, dancers and drum makers, before we sat down to have a chat.
I'd like to know a little bit, Pen, about how you started as an artist, because I believe you didn't go to art school, you're self-taught, right?
No. I was 7 years old when I went to school, and then I saw a guy painting. Benjamin Nicholas was painting on the wall. I said, well, I want to be like that man. So I told my brother, could you draw me a man? And he drew me a man. And I chased that man till I get it. And from that time there, I used to be the artist for the schools. In the whole school where I was in standard 3, and I was painting for the whole, from standard 1 to standard 6.
At such a young age?
It's a young age.
Where do you both find the inspiration for your pieces of art?
Oh, in my culture. My paintings is about my culture. They shows about different part of my culture, about the medicine, the fishing, the farm, the music, everything.
How important is art and music to people in the community here?
Well, it's a life. I think the music is more of their life, everyday music. But the art is something they watch on the side, but they don't go much into art and sort of.
No.
They just go on to the music and just chat on the music and just dance. And after the punta rock started, the Belize was totally punta rock, and the people started to dance the punta rock, and everything was punta rock.
And you're the king of punta rock.
I am the king of punta
you
rock.
You
After a brief musical interlude and a couple of homemade drinks, I helped prepare lunch with their friend and cook, Miss Yolanda.
Okay, Miss Yolanda, what are we going to be cooking today?
Our original Garifuna food. You want to try it?
Yes.
Okay, then you can cut the other end.
Okay. Where did you learn to cook, Yolanda?
From my mom at home at a tender age of 10.
Yeah? And what were you cooking at 10 years old? What
We
did you
started
learn?
off with this. Yeah, because this is one of our staple food.
Do you think it's important for young people to learn this stuff really young?
Especially if you're a Garifuna person. Yeah. It doesn't really have to be a Garifuna person, because now we are mixed. You know, we have different ethnic groups of people, you know, because we try other food too, so they can also try to cook.
I think that's one of the special things about Belize, how mixed the culture is.
Right. Yeah, mixed. And we all have beautiful people in Belize.
Beautiful people, and it's harmonious, right?
Right. So this is ready. We take it out of the pot, and after it's cooled off, then we start beating. We put it in here to beat it, to get it together soft. So it's up and down. Try to hit the plantain.
Do you think I wasn't trying? Sounds like a very big mortar and pestle.
It is.
This is good fun. We should put some music on now.
And exercise. It's a matter of it, because sometimes we beat up and then we turn. Like that.
There we go.
That's
I'm getting
very
the
good.
hang of it now.
Yep, that's the hang of it. We have music on, and then we would dance along, while working. We're beating and we
Don't leave me hanging. Where's your dance moves, Yolanda? I like it.
All right, it's very good, It's entertaining too.
When lunch was ready, we shared a meal under the shade before one final performance featuring various styles including punta, up-tempo paranda, and a spiritual dance called Hugo Hugo.
It is my final day in Belize, and I have come to San Pedro, which started off as a sleepy fishing village and then was granted town status in 1984, and now it's one of the most popular tourist sites in the whole of the country. People come here for a lot of reasons: the lively nightlife, the beautiful coastline, but I've come here for one very specific reason, and that is to do a fly over the Blue Hole, probably the most famous and possibly beautiful UNESCO World Heritage Site in the whole of Belize.
All right, we're gonna fly southbound. We're gonna fly by the split. That split was originally a smaller channel back in the days, and in 1961 with Hurricane Haiti, it actually opened wide. So you're gonna able to see it's over 20 feet wide right now. We're gonna make a fly past that. Then after that, we're gonna head down to Blackbird Key.
So I already loved seeing how beautiful the waters of Belize were when I went diving beneath the surface. So now I'm pretty excited to go up into the sky and see it from above. And I've actually chartered a flight here. We're going out for an hour. Gonna be beautiful, right?
Yes, ma'am, it's gonna be beautiful.
Let's go. We've been told there's a crosswind today, so it might be a little bit bumpy.
Almost as soon as we took off from the small airport in San Pedro, the waters below in their varying hues were an amazing sight. Although the propeller plane is a little loud, I was still able to chat with the pilot and ask questions about the areas we were flying over.
We're approaching a shipwreck, which was originally a ship that carried molasses around Central America, and then when it was retired, they purposely sank it, and now it's a popular dive spot. Oh, we can see it now. We're just coming past a place called Half Moon Key, which is a bird sanctuary. There's a lot of different birds here, but it's famous for the red-footed booby. And it just looks magnificent from up here. Although it might be a little bit windy today, the sun is out and the colours of the water are just amazing. So many different types of blue. It almost looks like tie-dye from up here.
And then suddenly, the jewel in the crown of Belize's waters came into view.
This is just amazing, seeing the blue hole from above. It almost looks otherworldly. And the water here is so clear in parts. Even from this height, you can actually see rays down below. What a privilege to be up here.
Located within the Lighthouse Reef Atoll, this underwater sinkhole is one of the most iconic dive sites on the planet. The perfectly circular shape, measuring approximately 300 metres in diameter and plunging to depths exceeding 120 metres, was formed over thousands of years by the collapse of a limestone cave system.
We're just doing one final pass now in the blue hole at about 600 feet, so we can get a closer look. And this has just been brilliant, but the problem is for me, being up here and seeing it from above, it makes me want to dive it. So I guess I'm probably going to have to come back.
Beyond its allure to divers, the Blue Hole also serves as a crucial site for scientific research, offering insights into past climate changes and providing a unique environment for studying underwater ecosystems.
You've obviously flown this route loads of times. Do you ever get bored of this view?
No, it's always beautiful. Always a nice, wonderful place.
So that's unfortunately the end of my time in Belize. And it's safe to say that this trip has completely exceeded my expectations. I already knew that I was going to love the coastline, but honestly, the dives here have been some of the best that I've ever done. I also loved staying inland in the rainforest as well, waking up to the sound of the birds. But one of the highlights for me has been learning about the varied cultures here. They're incredibly passionate about protecting their heritage. This is definitely not going to be my final visit to beautiful Belize.
Belize, situated on the northeastern coast of Central America, is famous for its rich tapestry of traditions, languages and customs. It offers a wealth of natural wonders and is a premier destination for ecotourism and marine exploration, whilst the country's historical significance is underscored by its ancient Maya ruins.
Everything about Belize encapsulates diversity, from the culture, a combination of Maya, Central American, Creole and Caribbean, to the landscape. You've got the world's second largest barrier reef, to the rainforests teeming with wildlife. I am going to be spending the next couple of weeks discovering what makes this Central American gem so unique. I'm starting my day with a fairly vigorous hike for about an hour up into the foothills of the Maya Mountains. It's about 8 o'clock, so it's not too hot at the moment, but the sunlight is starting to peek through the leaves above and it looks absolutely beautiful. And I'm heading up to explore an ancient cave system, specifically the Petroglyph Cave, and I've been told there's a bit of a surprise in store for me at the top. This is definitely one way to get the heart going in the morning. We've got 3 hills to go over, 1 more to go, bringing us up to about 600 feet. And what I've noticed in Belize is even when you don't expect it to be a nature walk, you are just treated to just the beauty of the natural surroundings. So much wildlife. Having finished our walk, we found ourselves at a cliff edge with only one obvious way down.
Okay, I'm gonna welcome you to the Black Hole Drop. It's a 300-foot rappel down into a sinkhole. It's a collapse of a cave. So, you know, this here is where a 27 kilometers cave system starts, and every opening has a different name. For example, this one here is known as the Petroglyphs Cave, and then we have the St. Herman's Cave. You know, it's being part of the same cave system. We have the Blue Hole National Park as well. I mean, it's gonna be a lot of fun today. You know, rappelling down is a lot of adrenaline rush, right?
And he was right about the adrenaline rush. After the quick briefing, I was strapped into my harness and got ready to begin the descent. Okay, that is a long way down. Do you know what? It's a good job I can't see down. I'm going to focus on looking up this way. This is...
That was the hardest part.
That was the hardest bit? The numerous cave systems in the area are made up of mainly limestone, which as a softer rock often collapses over the millennia, causing huge sinkholes like the one I was to descend into. See, this is the bit that's a little bit terrifying, the bit where you have to take your foot off the rock completely and just trust the ropes. When you start to relax into the activity, you become aware of the incredible scenery around you. The sprawling cave systems, with their lush green blanket of the rainforest, all but enveloping it. We're coming just below the tree canopy now, and on the inside of the cave part there, you can see the stalactites, which look amazing. And it does feel like we've been going down for quite a long time, but there's still a pretty big drop below. That was so epic. What a brilliant experience. Woo!
Yeah, nice job.
Thank you.
Good.
On the way back to base, we stopped at a few of the smaller caves, including one where you can arrange to stay overnight. Although I was staying elsewhere in the Black Rock Canyon, close to the border with Guatemala. When I travel, I do like to stay in unique or boutique-y places, and Belize has some absolutely fantastic independent lodges and hotels. I've driven about 2.5 hours from Belize City, quite near the border with Guatemala now, and I am staying in the most beautiful cabin overlooking the river. And although there are a few cabins nearby, it really does feel like I've got this view to myself. There's just the sound of the water, the wind, the birds. In fact, there's been some hummingbirds darting past, which really is magical. And I've decided I'm going to make the most of being here this evening after the sun's gone down. I'm going out on a night drive to see what wildlife we can spot. We didn't need to travel far from the cabins to start spotting a lot of nocturnal birds. And early the following morning, after a night soundtracked by howler monkeys, there was an abundance of bird and animal life on the branches around the lodge, including toucans, hummingbirds, and cottamundi.
Simply sitting and having my coffee on the balcony, I saw more species of birds than I've seen on some dedicated bird walks I've previously been on. In the westernmost state of Belize, Cayo, is San Antonio, home to one of the largest Maya communities in the country. I've come here to meet Miss Timotea and her team. She's the founder of the San Antonio Women's Co-op, and despite early marriage and sparse educational prospects for herself, she has pledged to uplift women and girls in the community through educational projects. She's also reviving and protecting Maya culture and history. The Women's Co-op started in 2001, with Miss Timotea suggesting local women gather at each other's houses to discuss ideas they'd read in books, to practice recipes and learn new embroidery skills. Traditionally, women in the more rural communities have had fewer opportunities to further their education or for employment, and the Co-op aims to break that cycle. How were your ideas received within the community? Were people very happy and receptive?
In the beginning, it was not easy. We had to break that ideology of people that women were made to stay at home and just take care of their families. So it was really hard, but we feel very successful at this time because presently we have now 11 women that are employed by the Women's Cooperative, where they can be either cooking, hosting our visitors. We have women that are involved in embroidery as well. And it's a whole lot of people involved in the project that we see around here.
So presumably now the community understands that the Co-op brings
yes.
great benefits.
Yes, that is what we're seeing. We can proudly say that we are one of the very first group that was formed in the community. And now we see people doing the same kind of work. Everybody has gained that consciousness of preserving culture now.
Do you think that some of these traditions tend to be forgotten by younger people in communities?
Yes, that we are very conscious about it, that some of the, well, we would say a lot, has been lost, even though this San Antonio is well known as a Mayan community, but we are very conscious that a lot of our culture and traditions have been lost. And this is one of the main reasons we have this organization here.
So San Antonio Women's Cooperative is working with 3 main projects. The first one is we are promoting our local food, cooked from fresh vegetables that we harvest from our farms and cook in a traditional fire hearth. Well, with this message, we want people to continue eating fresh and healthy. The second one is embroidery. Embroidery, we are encouraging ladies to keep that kind of art. And thirdly is our most biggest project, which is pottery. Pottery that plays a big role in the Mayan history, but sadly it was lost. So we are reviving that by using all raw materials.
The benefits of the Co-op are multifaceted, with it providing a way to earn an income, learn new skills, and share traditional knowledge, not only with visitors, but with the younger generation. Cooking and using both traditional and fresh ingredients is very important to Miss Timotea and the team, and what started out as just sharing recipes amongst friends has turned into a way to preserve the culinary traditions of the community. All meals here derive from ancient recipes, and the food is grown locally. How important is the Women's Co-op to you? What benefits do you think it's brought?
For me, it's a pleasure that someone did this. Like I created the group, I learned a lot of embroidery, beading, and also I have an opportunity here, like cooking is one of my favorite. And also, I'm so happy that with my job, I could send my daughters at school.
Oh, wonderful. How old are your daughters?
I have 2 daughters. One is 20 and the other one is 19.
And they both studied at high school?
Yes, both of them, they are studying at high school.
That's fantastic. So what are some of the traditional vegetables that you use in the cooking?
One of these. This one is wild plum that we harvest in this seasons, like February to November, and we'll do it now. We'll roast it right here in the charcoal.
You're putting it right onto the charcoals?
Yes, right here in the charcoal. When it's ready, it puffs.
And what do you use the wild palm for in the cooking?
For us, this is very traditional food, and we use it we roast it first, then we do it a little nacho. And right now we'll be doing right here.
With the mortar and pestle.
Mm-hmm.
Whilst the Women's Co-op doesn't currently have a full restaurant, guests can book to have a meal on site cooked in the stone hearth kitchen. I couldn't leave without trying some of the Maya flavours I'd heard about. I was joined for the delicious meal by a few other travellers and Nick, who would be my guide for the next section of my time in Belize. No trip to Belize would be complete without learning a bit about the ancient history of the country. Belize is home to over 600 ancient Maya sites, many of which still remain buried and unexplored. Nick suggested we took a walk around Xunantunich, around 70 miles west of Belize City, atop a ridge above the Mopan River.
All right, so welcome to Xunantunich.
Thank you.
Translation, Stone Lady. It's a Yucatec Mopan Mayan translation, right? Why they call it the Stone Lady is because actually of this building right here. Just imagine coming here in the 18th century, early 19th century, when everything was still covered under the canopy of the trees, right? It will have looked just like a mountain. So this era, since it's flat, you see how it's flat? The farmers will have used it for farmland, planting their crops, tomatoes, vegetables and stuff. And while they were coming here, at the opposite side of this building, they say that they used to see a woman in white clothing, looks like a stone woman standing in front of it, or a ghost, right? They call her the Stone Woman. So the translation, Maiden of the Rock, or Stone Lady Xunantunich.
And do you think she was anything to do with the original purpose of the structures?
Well, not only this site, but other sites people have seen even up to today. They say that they could feel like a presence of a supernatural being around them. So probably it did exist, or they probably did see it, but I haven't seen it as yet, so I don't know. And I've been here at night as well.
And when were the structures originally built?
Way before 100 BC, and it survived up until about 1300 AD. One of the first person to explore this area was Mr. Gant in the 1890s, and then further excavation was done in the 1950s.
While Xunantunich is well known and relatively well excavated, even here remarkable discoveries are still being made. As recently as 2016, an archaeological expedition was digging through the floor of the main temple when they discovered the largest royal Maya tomb ever found. It's possible to climb to the top of El Castillo, firstly to get a closer look at the carvings on the side of the structure, but also to take in the vastness of the whole site. From the top, it's easy to see into neighbouring Guatemala, only around a kilometre away.
All right, so right now where we're entering is the ball court. This is a sacred area because imagine 800 AD, 700 AD, we had the Mayans performing their ball game and playing it right here. And that was played for three purposes. One, for solving political dispute. So if two cities had a political dispute, we will play this ball game to solve that dispute. Two, for friendly matches, so that's a friendly game. And three, ceremonial rituals.
I like the idea of cities nowadays playing football against each other to try and solve disputes.
Now keep in mind, though, this game here was not played by anyone like say me. Right? This was selected people, these were professionals playing this game. Some ball court had a marker, so like a big stone will be there, one will be over there, and then they will have to reach and calculate points. Some had hoops. There's one at this side that actually had a hoop. They found the hoop at this side, and over in Mexico they found Chichen Itza. They found the ball court that still has the original hoop. So the ball was made from rubber. The ball was 7 pounds, right, about that big. You could only hit the ball with your hips, right? with your elbows, your wrists, your shoulders, and your knees, right? And you got to hit it now. Run up on these walls and hit it through the hoop. To pass through the hoop. The ball was that big, and the hoop was probably about ½ an inch bigger than the ball.
You mentioned before that some of the ideas of what went on here might be speculation. So how do they know how this game was played?
Well, due to drying, remember I mentioned about the stelas?
Mhm.
So some of the stelas found in other sites actually had information of how the game was played. It had drawings and paintings, right? So that's how they got the information about these sites.
After a full day of history and tradition, I headed east towards the village of Hopkins. I had a dinner booked at Chef Rob's Gourmet Cafe. Chef Rob is originally from the Netherlands but moved to Belize with his wife over 25 years ago, where he made history by starting the first cooking show on Belize national television. Visitors to his beachfront restaurant can try fine dining style dishes created with local ingredients, and I'd booked the chef's table to get a chance to chat to the chef whilst trying his creations. I've only been here a few days and I've already had some really amazing food. Do you think it's quite difficult to stand out in a market like this?
It is. It is. I try to do different things here, definitely, but I think you had a lot of local food. I try not to compete with the local food, although I only use 100% local ingredients. But I try to give it a different shift, different way of preparing, because I shouldn't compete with the people who have done it forever and do it much better than I do it. So we kind of try to make you happy. That's what we do with everybody.
I'm sure. What was the idea when you opened the place then? How did it all start?
Are you talking about the restaurant or the hotel?
The restaurant
The
specifically.
restaurant. Well, I came to Belize many years ago for a job in the corporate world, and I got tired of sitting in meetings, listening to people who have talking a lot and have nothing to say. I just don't have the patience for that anymore. So after a while, I started doing some consultancy, and then after a couple of years, I started going back to my roots, open my restaurant, and just start cooking again, because that's what my passion has been for forever. So, so that's what we're doing. And that was my whole idea. I started with my wife and Micah, who's still walking around here 14 years ago in the village. And everyday house is history. People thought I was crazy doing finer dining in a place like Hopkins, because there was not too much happening yet. But yeah, we're still here and we're still doing what we do.
How do you combine the local ingredients with the more fine dining style, like you said?
We have amazing ingredients. I mean, I'm a big believer in you should not be in the same plane as your food, meaning food should not be flown in from all over the world while good stuff is available here. So yes, we have fresh ingredients, but if the ocean is rough, we might not have fish. People expect it, we're on the ocean, but if the fishermen don't go out because it's too rough, there's no fish. Well, tough luck, eat it. That's what it is. That's what it is.
You must have to be quite adaptable with your menus then.
We change our menu on a daily basis. It's never 100% the same. Some things will come back, but it's never 100% the same, and it shouldn't be. So whatever is fresh on the market, that's what's on my menu for the day. And sometimes the menu is a little bit bigger than the other days, but once again, tough luck.
So I'm very happy to be on the chef's table tonight. Are you able to talk me through the menu?
Well, it's a surprise, no?
It's a surprise.
It's always a surprise. So, but I can tell you the first course we're going to serve. It's market fresh vegetables. I roasted them with one of the few ingredients which is not Belizean. Some things are just not available. Balsamic vinegar, that kind of stuff. I like the flavor of it, but I mix that normally with local ingredients. So this one is roasted veggies with a local white cheese, a queso blanco, and then you have a smoked fish with it. It's kingfish, a local sailfish. I pack it in brown sugar and salt for about 12 hours, wash it off, put them in a smoker, but I pack my smoker with ice. So it's a cold smoked fish. If you live in a colder climate, there's no need for that, of course, but here we pack our smoker with ice. And it's, well, figure out and tell me what you think.
I will indeed. I look forward to it. Thank you. You know, the freshness of these ingredients doesn't just come through in the taste. It's the smell as well. So obviously each course has been a surprise to me. Chef Rob has plated it up and told me what I'm going to be having. But when this was served, I knew immediately it was passion fruit because it just smelled so fragrant.
They're almost like different fruits to what you're used to back home. Delicious.
Well, these were picked this morning, so that's the difference.
As fresh can be. What are some of your favourite really local ingredients to cook with?
I can't say there's one specific ingredient. Of course, being directly next to the ocean, I mean, we have amazing, what we call lobster, it's langoust. We have amazing shrimp, we have amazing fish. You can't beat that. Pork in Belize is extremely good. Beef was challenging many years ago. I've been here for 20-something years. In the beginning, it was challenging to find a good steak, but a lot of investment has been made in improving the cattle. And that's one of the cool things in Belize. It's such a small country. You get involved in everything if you want to.
After dinner and dessert, Chef Rob and I chatted some more over a glass of wine, and he told me more about why he'd fallen in love with Belize. And I can certainly see the attraction myself.
My time so far in Belize has shown me already just how varied it is as a destination. I have loved learning a bit about Mayan culture at the Women's Co-op, a little bit about the history at Shunan Tunich, and also some adventurous fun at Black Hole Drop. But my time here is not yet over. I've still got another week to go, and I'm delighted because I'm going to be spending some time on the coast.
Welcome to Universal Epic Universe, one of the most technologically advanced theme parks ever created with a cost of over $7 billion. This is the newest theme park in America in over 25 years, and you're coming with me. Let's go. Right after you enter Epic Universe, you enter Celestial Park, which features acres of gorgeous waterways, luscious foliage, and you know what? It actually puts the park back in theme park. And it's just, you know, kind of a cool place to chill on a nice day. You can relax. And I think that, you know what? I might do some relaxing myself right here. Behind me is Universal's Grand Helios Hotel that features over 500 rooms and your own private entrance into the park. I think I want to stay there. Welcome to Stardust Racers. This is the most thrilling ride in the park with over 62 miles per hour, over 130 feet tall. We're about to go for a ride on a dual launch coaster. I'm a little bit scared, not gonna lie. So Epic Universe is made up of 5 lands and 4 portals, and the first portal we are going in is the Isle of Berk, which is based off the highly acclaimed film How to Train Your Dragon. All right, you guys are gonna wanna see this. I feel completely immersed in the world. It's like you're stepping foot inside the movie. Now, this land has 3 rides and a show, but are you freaking kidding me? These statues are all 40 feet tall. I mean, I'm not that tall. These things make me feel really tiny, but I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's a baby dragon. Oh, hi, baby dragon. So this is the first ride I'm going on in the Isle of Berk. I'm about to fly like a dragon.
Now, have you met a dragon before?
I've never met a dragon.
All right, I'll walk you through it, okay?
Okay, all
so
right.
what you want to do, put out your hands like so we can sniff you, get to know you a bit better. There we go.
and then you can step in for, oh! I can't believe it! Look at Toothless! Oh my God!
You're very good at this. I don't think it's your first time.
It's my first time. Thank you, Toothless. Thank you. So after meeting Vikings and dragons and walking around, a little Viking like myself gets a little bit hungry. So this is why I have this lovely pork, bacon, and mac and cheese cone, because apparently this is what they eat in the Viking world. Let me give it a taste test. Oh, wow. That is so good. I'm just gonna keep eating this. Chef Marcos, one of the things I love about Epic Universe is the food.
Yes.
And obviously, there's a lot of food in front of me right now.
Mm-hmm.
What can you tell me about what I'm seeing?
Well, first I want to welcome you to Isle of Burke Mead Hall.
Thank you.
This is where we all come and all the Vikings come to gather and feast and talk through the town problems.
I look just like a Viking, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We're all new Vikings.
Yes.
So what we have here is some of the offerings we serve in Mead Hall. We have our Nordic Harvest Salad, which is also a vegan salad. It has some spring greens, some radishes, apples, trail mix, granola, and a raspberry walnut vinaigrette.
Ooh.
Real refreshing, light. Over in the front here, we have Stormfly's Catch, which is a chocolate mousse with a candy shell over some cereal crumb. Thawfest platter.
That is not light.
No, not light. But this is a shareable dish, and this is something, you know, the Thawfest games where we want to get the Vikings ready to ride the dragon. So you have our chicken drums that have our wild berry barbecue sauce, smoked sausage, our grilled salmon with our dill fennel chimichurri, roasted carrots, pickled cucumbers. So this is definitely a fest.
Yes.
So, you know, definitely shareable. For our young Vikings, we have Barf and Belch's Duo Plate, which is served with some mac and cheese bites, smoked sausage, roasted carrots, French fries, and some grapes, and a beautiful Viking boat there. And then you have Gobber the Belch's turkey wings. You have to have turkey wings. It's a Viking meal, especially to represent Gobber. Our wild berry barbecue sauce, herb potato with our dill fennel sauce. Again, with the roasted carrots and chipolata.
I'm starving. You're making me hungry.
Yeah.
I'm hungry. What are
Forget
these
the
drinks over here?
So you have Toothless's Plasma Blast, which is a blue Powerade with a stone fruit syrup. So good
so
for
keeps you refreshed.
Keeps you refreshed. You know, good for adults, good for young Vikings as well. You have Gobber's Mead, and then you have Stoic's Ale.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna take these and leave. Welcome inside Super Nintendo World here at Universal's Epic Universe. As you can see, this entire world is like stepping inside of a Super Mario game. We have over here, there's like a Yoshi, cute little Yoshi ride. Also, everything in this world is interactive. So I have this band right here, and I can hit things, I can punch things, I can do all kinds of things. I'm gonna show you the things. So no trip to Super Nintendo World is without a visit for Mario and Luigi. Good, how are you guys? Yes, yes. Oh, do we pose? How do I pose? Like this? Okay, so now we are about to go on Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. This is one of the signature rides here in Super Nintendo World. It's insane because it's like you're stepping inside Bowser's castle. And I mean, you don't want to mess with that guy. I have my Mario hat on. I'm about to conquer Mario Kart Bowser's Challenge. I feel like I've stepped inside the game, especially wearing this little hat. So after a long day of going through the theme park, there's nothing like a Donkey Kong pineapple fresh float. It's got pineapple, it's got banana soft serve, it's like a nice little mixture. Oh, that's good. You should just let me be with this so I can just really bite into it. But I don't want to show you that on camera, but I'm gonna just keep eating it. Welcome to the village of Darkmoor, inside Dark Universe here at Epic Universe. This entire land is so immersive. I think that Dracula is gonna come out and bite me in the neck, but hopefully he won't. And as you can see over here, this is Frankenstein Manor. Behold, the manor where Frankenstein lives. There are 2 attractions inside Dark Universe. I'm about to go on Curse of the Werewolf, where I need to escape the Wolfman, because if you are in the Wolfman's path, it's not a good look. All right, what's going on here? What's happening? Why are you dressed like that?
What do you mean? Why? I mean, this is how Igor dresses every day of his life.
But it's like 100 degrees and you're wearing leather.
Yeah, this is true. So, this is true. Yes, it is very hot out here in Dartmoor. But you know, when work calls, you go outside. Anyways, I'm in the cemetery trying to find the body part. I got into a tiffle last night with Dr. Victoria, and she was like, Igor, I want some fresh limbs. And I was like, no, new is not always better. And she was like, no, new is better. And so I came out to the cemetery. You see, yes, the cemetery.
So where you ransacked, what's in this bag?
Well, I came and I got the hand, and I went back to show her that new is not always better.
Okay.
And she was like, Igor, you're an idiot. You forgot the other limb. So now I'm out here in the morning hot sun, like you were saying, dressed like this, scorching, trying to find the other limb. And I mean,
am I able to hold this thing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
God, this is...
It's not a real match. You're a little too pale.
Oh, okay. So are you saying I need a tan?
I'm just saying this seems to be your first time out to the laboratory.
Okay.
You have to be careful, you know?
Okay.
Soon you will be crispy, and we don't want a crispy monster, you know? Then I have to pick which body part I want to use the most of you, you know? You are small like Igor. I love that.
Igor just called me small. All right, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
I'm also small.
Goodbye, Igor.
I love you, Toodles.
Right now, we are about to go inside Monsters Unchained, the Frankenstein experiment. We're going inside the catacombs of Frankenstein Manor. We're going to see all the monsters. It's supposed to be really, really scary. I mean, it looks kind of amazing. So let's go inside. Okay, so now we are going inside Frankenstein Manor. I mean, I feel like I'm in the ultimate haunted house right now. So I just got off Monsters Unchained, and that attraction was unlike anything I have ever seen. It was filled with animatronics, also gigantic animatronics. I'm not gonna give too much away, and the queue is insane. Excuse me, can I get a quick word? Can I get a quick word?
A word?
Yes, I understand you're 150 years old. What is your beauty secret?
I have been this way always. I was stitched together.
Also, how come he hasn't put a ring on it yet?
He is 3.
Oh. Point. You friend.
Yes, he is learning. He is good and kind. He has a new grown brain.
Oi. Welcome to the Burning Blade Tavern, which is quite literally the hottest bar here in Dartmoor. I hear this is the bar where all the monsters like to hang out. Dracula, Frankenstein. Let's see what's inside. Look at those monster heads. Someone didn't have a good day. So after a long day of meeting monsters, seeing monsters, there's nothing like a Frankenstein pretzel and a glass of Monocaine. Let me give it a shot. Welcome to the Ministry of Magic here inside Epic Universe. This right here is the Place Cachée, which is a huge boulevard filled with lovely cafes, people just sitting around, they're just chilling. And there's also some magic going on. There's people doing magic tricks right over here, as you can see. I quite honestly have never felt so immersed in a Harry Potter universe, and I feel like I'm in Paris. I mean, I'm looking over there, and there's the Montmartre, there's the staircases. There's a circus show, which I just saw, which was actually really incredible. So if you come here, you're gonna wanna see that circus show. So here inside the Ministry of Magic, there is a really famous restaurant with a really famous dish, a butterbeer crepe. I'm gonna take a bite of said crepe. I'm gonna taste the butterbeer. I'm gonna taste the strawberry and the goodness. Oh, wow. That is really good. Right now I'm about to do a spell with my wand. Let's try this. Lumos. Oh, okay, that's amazing. Did you get that? Oh my God, that's so cool. All right, right now I'm getting ready to go on Harry Potter and the Battle of the Ministries. I hear it's incredible. We're going through the, oh my God. Oh. Okay, this is. Oh! Oh my. So I just got off Harry Potter and the Ministry of Magic attraction. It is hands down my favorite attraction here at Universal's Epic Universe. I don't really have words. I've never even seen the animatronics that you see in there. Also, the size of this thing. The size of the things you see in there is incredible. I'm not gonna give too much away. I'm not gonna give spoilers, but like, well, that's a wrap. To plan your own Universal Epic Universe adventure, head to universalorlando.com. Evanesco.
Hi, and welcome to an all-new episode of Coffee with America. I'm Sasha Rionda. The ultimate travel goal is an epic vacation, but that requires planning and inspiration. So here to help guide your bucket list trip is Justin Walter. Justin, thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me, Sasha.
So give us your top suggestion to get started.
With summer just around the corner, it's time to take those travel dreams and bring them to life. I stayed at a Wyndham Hotel in Ecuador, which I love recommending. That's why I recommend Wyndham Hotels and Resorts, with thousands of hotels nationwide, from Microtel and Days Inn to Super 8 and La Quinta. There's likely a hotel by Wyndham wherever summer takes you. Even better, the award-winning loyalty program at Wyndham Rewards. It's free to join, and right now members can save up to 20% on their next trip. So head on over to wyndhamhotels.com.
Okay, and what's a smart travel tip?
Well, many people are afraid to travel with their jewelry. You don't have to be, and you don't have to leave it at home. So my tip is Jewelers Mutual. They offer broad coverage that goes with you even when you travel anywhere in the world, and is tailored specifically for jewelry. They're the only insurer with over 112 years of expertise dedicated to protecting jewelry, giving confidence that if jewelry is lost, stolen, or damaged, they will work with a jeweler of choice to get it repaired or replaced. So be safe, smart, and wear your favorite jewelry on your next trip. Go to jewelersmutual.com.
Well, that's good to know. Now, do you have a special vacation destination?
Yes, I'm from the Midwest, and I think Pure, Michigan is the ideal slow travel destination for summer, where you can recharge and reconnect with family and friends, nature, and fresh farm-to-table flavors. Soak up the sun along the freshwater coast and explore award-winning hilltop wineries, fragrant lavender fields, and farmers markets full of local flavors. And the restaurants are James Beard-nominated restaurants. They're delicious food, so get inspired and fill your plate and fuel your soul at michigan.org. And I also want to recommend, if you're a savvy traveler, you want to keep up with your personal care on the road. So that's why I recommend the Life and Wave Special Electric Toothbrush. It gives you that super clean, I just left the dentist feel, which everyone wants, thanks to its unique dual action tech. It combines a 60-degree oscillation with 26,000 vibrations a minute. The battery lasts up to 50 hours, which is amazing for travel. It's easy to pack. Plus, it comes in 6 fun colors like green and purple, and it's under $90 on Amazon or lifeintech.com.
These are all great suggestions. Where can we go to learn more?
For more info, tipsontv.com.
Justin, thanks so much.
Thank you.
This is the season to look for cool upgrades to beat the summer heat. Here to help is Emmy Award-winning TV host and designer Ty Pennington, who's teaming up with American Standard to help homeowners stay cool and save money this summer. Ty, thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks for having me.
So I'm curious, what have you learned over the years being a celebrity carpenter?
I would say wow, the experience has taught me how to make a big difference without tearing down a bunch of walls, right? So simple, manageable upgrades like updating insulation or adding a thermostat can provide much needed relief during these brutal summer months. And that's why I'm teaming up with American Standard to share solutions that can lower energy bills with smart, practical fixes that don't break the bank, but really boost that quality of life.
I like that we don't have to spend a lot of money. And why should someone consider upgrades?
Honestly, it's all about saving some serious cash on your energy bills with a smart upgrade, right? So HVAC equipment like the ones from American Standard are the most efficient for your home. These units are built to keep your home cool without working overtime. So keeping the heat out means the system doesn't have to work as hard. Trust me, small changes equal big savings. And I'm a big fan of American Standard. It's a trusted name in the HVAC industry for over 100 years. The company has earned a reputation for its reliability and performance across all its product lines.
Okay, and will adding smart tech make a big difference?
I'm telling you, it's all smart tech now. Smart tech has seriously upped the game for homeowners. And one of my favorites is the smart programmable thermostat like the American Standard Link UX 360. American Standard smart thermostats let you control your home's temperature and humidity from your phone, right? So seamlessly integrating with the American Standard Home app and built-in diagnostic features. That means more convenience, more comfort, and even alerts you when something needs attention. So it's like having a home climate assistant in your pocket.
Sounds good. And tell me, what's the easiest way to start a cool project?
Well, this is a project, I think, when you're dealing with your HVAC that you don't really want to do it alone. You want to ask a trusted expert. So the easiest way to start your home upgrade is to contact your local HVAC pro or an American Standard customer care specialist who will help you determine the best option for your space and budget. And you don't need to have it all figured out, right? They can help you guide you step by step. And another suggestion is to just start small, like a smart thermostat, some fresh insulation, or even some ceiling gaps and cracks throughout your house can really make a huge difference. And don't do everything at once, right? Think about comfort and savings. When you combine those two, I think that's where the magic really happens.
Oh gosh, you make it sound so easy. Where can we go for more information?
Well, you can reach out to American Standard customer care specialist or just go to AmericanStandardAir.com.
Ty, I appreciate the advice. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, we're giving you options for planning your summer travel. Searching for the perfect destination for relaxation, adventure, and unforgettable memories? We're happy to have Raul Lemmerling here to show off the breathtaking shores of Palm Beach, Aruba. Raul, what makes the Aruba Marriott Resort stand out from other resorts in the Caribbean?
Good day, Sasha. Well, it stands out because it's right here on Palm Beach. Beautiful palm trees and gorgeous beach. We are actually right on the beach here, and you can just walk out of your room and you're straight into the warm water. It's only a 4-hour flight from the northeast. We have beautiful weather year-round. We're outside of the hurricane belt. It's a great, fantastic destination.
Oh, it looks absolutely stunning. So tell us about the unique experiences guests can enjoy, like the adults-only pool or beachfront dining.
Yes, so for adults only, we have a special pool, the adult pool. It's relaxed, there's no loud music, it's nice to read a book, really chill in a cabana. And then also you have, with that, we have the trade winds floor, which is kind of only for adults. Top floor, beautiful accommodations. And yeah, for adults who just seek some rest and relaxation, that is the perfect package. If you want the beachfront dining, that is possible. We have our Tardy restaurant, beautiful seafood, the sunset here around 7 p.m., beautiful pictures, always different colors when the sun goes down, and you sit with your feet in the sand on the beach. That's perfection.
Oh, that just sounds lovely. And how does the resort cater to both those seeking excitement and those looking for total relaxation? Can that be done?
Yes, you can do both. So typically it's beautiful. I'll take this example in the morning. Just come downstairs, you stroll down, grab a coffee and espresso, sit outside, enjoy the real tranquility. You can walk either north or south, miles of beach, and you can just walk with your feet in the water, go through. If you want to be more excitement, water sports, we have non-motorized water sports included, but you can also go for some jet ski, great foiling, windsurfing, kite surfing. We offer everything.
A little bit of everything for everyone. Love it. And can you tell us more about the upcoming guest room renovations?
Yes, the hotel remains open. We're renovating floor by floor, and we are really making a nice, beautiful new room. Everything from bathrooms to new furniture, very island chic, I would say, very light, and we have beautiful floor-to-ceiling windows, so anybody can see that ocean from any room in the resort.
Have to enjoy that gorgeous view. Raul, thank you so much. We really appreciate you sharing this beauty with us.
Bon dia from Aruba. Thank you.
With summer right around the corner, it's time to plan your next vacation. Travel expert Carmen Ordóñez is teaming up with Visit Florida to share unique summer vacation inspiration around the Sunshine State. Carmen, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Sasha. Thank you so much for having me.
Glad to have you here. So give us some great destinations to visit this summer.
Absolutely. Well, I'm born and raised in Florida, so I may be a little bit partial, but two of my favorite spots are Greater Fort Lauderdale as well as St. Lucie. They both offer stunning beaches as well as so much to do. For example, if you're a foodie, Greater Fort Lauderdale has over 4,000 eateries, including Michelin-recognized restaurants. You have stunning rooftops, craft breweries. There's a thriving arts and culture scene, as well as the natural beauty of the Florida Everglades. Another favorite spot of mine is St. Lucie. So St. Lucie is more of a hidden beach gem. They have 21 miles of pristine, uncrowded beaches, from the pet-friendly Walton Rocks Beach to the family-friendly St. Lucie's very own South Beach. I feel like you can't go wrong with either of these two destinations.
Oh, both of those sound amazing. So in honor of Great Outdoors Month, what are some fun in the sun activities?
Well, if you're looking for some fun in the sun, St. Lucie is one of the very few places that you can go horseback riding right on the beach. You could do this at Frederick Douglass Memorial Park Beach. It's a great activity whether you're planning a romantic getaway or if you just want to wow the kids with something special. You can also go fishing. St. Lucie has some of the best fishing in the state. You can do it from the shore, or you can even get a local charter and do some deep sea fishing. Now, moving down the coast, Greater Fort Lauderdale is known as the Venice of America, and for good reason. They have 300 miles of inland waterways, perfect for boating, kayaking, paddleboarding, one of my personal favorite things to do. You can also go on an airboat tour. There's also Butterfly World, which my 5-year-old absolutely loves. It's the world's largest butterfly park. And of course, you also have the beautiful Atlantic beaches, perfect for sunbathing. You can play some volleyball or even have a seaside picnic. I mean, there's just so much to do.
Yeah, I personally love being near the water. But tell us, what else is new for the summer?
Well, I mentioned that Greater Fort Lauderdale has a booming food scene right now, and they have some new additions. For example, there's Timber on Las Olas Boulevard. You also have Earl's Kitchen and Bar. And then in August and September, you want to make sure and mark your calendars because it's Dine Out Lauderdale. You're going to be able to find some amazing restaurants, on top restaurants, including some of those Michelin-recognized restaurants. And then for families that are visiting St. Lucie, I also highly recommend the new Treasure Coast Kids Quest. It's like a scavenger hunt where kids can go visit top attractions. They complete an activity and they get a prize at the end. I mean, it is just so much fun, and it's going to keep the little ones entertained for hours.
Wonderful. Any exclusive hotel deals to share with us?
Absolutely. Well, if you're visiting Greater Fort Lauderdale, you can save 15% off when you stay at the W Fort Lauderdale. You can also save up to 35% and get 2 complimentary cocktails when you stay at the Pelican Grand Hotel. And then if you are visiting St. Lucie and if you stay 7 days or more, you're going to get some extra savings at the Lucie Hotel. And of course, for more information, you can simply head on over to visitflorida.com.
Carmen, it all sounds great. Thank you so much.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me, Sasha.
Next, pro tips for outdoor grilling this summer. The weather is finally warming up, so let's get grilling. Here to share tips and tricks are 2 acclaimed barbecue chefs so you can have your best cookout ever.
Happy grilling. I'm Chef Eric Gephardt, and I've got Chef Jacob Lubers here. I've got a Kamado Joe beside me, and we've got a Masterbuilt next to Chef Jacob. These are 2 incredible grills that use natural lump charcoal. All right, when we think about grilling, sometimes we think about gas, sometimes we think about pellets. natural lump charcoal is absolutely the way to go. When you're cooking with charcoal, your fuel source is your secret ingredient. It's going to burn hotter, burn longer, and impart a better fired up flavor. The Kamado Joe is best in both classes, low and slow and fast and furious. So we can smoke if we want to. We can get those big, bold sears. Both of these units, both of these grills have a digital aspect to it as well. Chef Jacob, tell us about that.
Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit. So, a lot of your traditional charcoal grills may intimidate people a little bit. How am I going to keep my temperatures where I want them? This makes it easy. Like we said, our secret ingredients going right in this hopper. We can control our temperature from there, whether it's right from the grill or handy phone app, wherever we are. We're dialed in. We don't have to worry about what this is doing. There's enough to worry about out there. We don't need to worry about the grill.
So take the stress out of cooking for your next big event in your backyard or Monday through Thursday, all right? A lot of people, when you light these grills, like to gather and storytell. We're scratching a primal itch. It's an act of mindfulness almost. That thick ceramic just helps you dial in the exact temperature that you want. With the digital aspect, you can stay there for 16 hours if you want to without adding more charcoal, or you can crank it up. If you want to learn more about these grills, check out KamadoJoe.com, Masterbuilt.com, and all our social media channels. Thanks for joining us. Have a good one.
Think of the furthest place north you've ever been. Now keep going all the way up, up, up to the Arctic. That's the setting for the new Netflix series North of North. The comedy follows a young Inuk woman who wants to build a new future for herself, but runs into all kinds of issues. We're happy to have Anna Lam here to give us the inside look. Okay, Anna, this is a part of the world many of us are not familiar with, but what's happening with your character could really be taking place in any small town. She's dealing with personal issues and everyone knows what's going on, right? What intrigued you about playing this role?
I mean, from the moment that I read the audition, I fell in love with Siaya. She was interesting, quirky, really well-intentioned, but she's so messy. And no matter how hard she tries, she just can't quite get it right. And it just resonated so deeply with me, and especially, I'm from Nunavut. I'm from a very similar place to where Siaya would have been from, and in my life have seen so many Siayas and have seen Siaya in myself, that it just felt like such that it would be such a privilege to be able to share this story, especially knowing that, with Netflix and the reach that this was going to have, that it could really change the landscape of the representation of the Arctic and Nunavut and Inuit. And, how exciting is that? So I, threw myself into the audition process and, just spent months and months really chasing after it.
I love that. And as you mentioned, you're shooting this in your hometown and you're doing all these embarrassing things in front of actual friends and family. So what was that like?
I mean, at points in the show, if it looks like I'm blushing, it's because I am. At times it was a little bit awkward. Other times it was deeply embarrassing. And it kind of just, for me, grounded some of what Siaya was going through and that pressure and awkwardness that she felt. It grounded it in something very real for me, because I would show up to set and the background would be people that I went to school with. It was, some of my old teachers, some of my family members. So doing these deeply, deeply embarrassing things and these public outbursts in front of people that I knew personally was intense, but I also felt all of the love and support from my community and from, my loved ones and, as well as the cast that also are from the North and understand that kind of feeling. So it was interesting, but I would do it again.
That's amazing. It sounds like it was a wonderful experience to make, and it's certainly a joy to watch. Anna, thank you so much for spending some time with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Stay there. Coffee with America. We'll be right back. The FIFA Club World Cup kicks off in just a few weeks with matches taking place across 11 cities. The U.S.'s very own Weston McKennie, who plays for Italian giant Juventus, is set to be one of the tournament's biggest attractions, and he can't wait to play with his team in his home country.
From June 14th to July 13th, 32 of the world's best club teams will compete across 12 U.S. venues in the FIFA Club World Cup. The tournament will feature the world's top players and coaches, including Juventus midfielder, the USA's very own Weston McKennie.
It's an amazing opportunity, obviously, especially being in America. I think that's what's most exciting about it. Any professional athlete and anyone that's competitive has a goal to go there and win. The people that don't understand soccer or football, I think they'll be able to get like what the atmosphere and vibe and everything is. Whenever you have the whole world coming into that area and then seeing how they treat it and how they like are passionate about it, I think will draw a little bit more attention to other people wanting to watch it.
Grab the chance to be part of history by watching the first ever 32-team FIFA Club World Cup live. This is how you can buy your tickets to watch the best club teams go head-to-head. Don't miss out. Buy them now.
Barbecue is full of tradition and regional pride, and no matter the style, opinions run hotter than the grill. So award-winning pitmaster Erica Roby is here to explain the differences among popular barbecue styles across the U.S. Erica, thanks for joining us. So tell me, do you have a favorite?
So my favorite is going to be Texas. Salt, pepper, and garlic. Let the meat shine through. But you head out in the Carolinas, you got vinegar and mustard. Kansas City, you're doing tomato and brown sugar. You head on over to California, you're doing salt, pepper, garlic again, but you're doing it over red oak. And those are the biggest styles that we got right now.
So much to choose from. So what are you grilling today?
I am grilling brisket. I got brisket as a pastrami rub from Kansas City. I have brisket Carolina style, smoked over some hickory. And then right over here, I have a New York strip that's done beautiful Santa Maria style.
Oh, that all looks so good. Now, brisket is so popular right now. How can people prepare it at home?
Yes, brisket is king for barbecue. All you got to do, rub it down in some salt and pepper, put it on a smoker at 225, let it go. Do not bother it anymore. You can wrap it at 165 internal temperature and then check it again. And when it hits 205, it's time to rest and let it eat.
Ooh, I can't wait to try that. Where can we go to learn more?
Come on over to beefitswhatsfordinner.com for great tips and recipes to help y'all out.
Thanks, Erica.
Bye.
That does it for today's Coffee with America. Thank you so much for joining us. Remember, if you missed anything, you can find it on our website, coffeewithamerica.com. And we're now streaming internationally at BEONDTV. You can also follow us on social media at Coffee with America. And you can follow me as well at Sasha Rionda. Have a great day, and I'll see you next time.
To all who come to this happy place, welcome.
On January 17th, 1955, Walt Disney opened Disneyland. And here we are 70 years later, and the Disneyland Resort is getting ready to embark on their greatest celebration yet. But you know what? I'm going to show you what's going on here for the 70th. Let's go. Now, if you saw my Disneyland Christmas special, you will recognize the lovely Miss Rachel. Rachel, have you missed me?
Of course. Okay. I've been waiting all year for you.
Okay. Well, you mean it's been less than a year, so. It was
True.
December when we saw each other.
Valid.
Yeah.
But you know, you came for a wonderful occasion.
That's true. And guess what? We're here on another wonderful occasion. All right, Rachel, break it down. What can you tell me about the 70th?
Okay, so the 70th
She's excited.
anniversary
She's not excited.
is 7 decades of bringing happiness to our Disney guests. That means generations of memories of people coming here and really bonding and making the most out of their time. That's 70 years of joy that we are really spilling over with. We have decor surrounding us. We have so much fun entertainment, some new, some bringing back from all of the greats over the years. We have some really nostalgic merchandise and really thoughtful food and beverage. It's really going to give everyone an option to find a way to tap in and celebrate with us.
One of my favorite things about the 70th is the food and beverage, because I get hungry and I get thirsty, Rachel. What are some of the, special options we're gonna have?
I'm glad you asked, because there are several options all over the resort. Not even just Disneyland Park. We're talking Disney California Adventure Park, all 3 hotels, and even the downtown Disney district. And they were really thoughtful about having each new dish and offering be really meaningful. I know personally, I love our beignet selections around Disneyland Park.
Ooh, I love the beignets.
You do? Okay, you have to go over to New Orleans Square and try the Celebration beignet.
What's
I
that?
think you're gonna love
What
it.
is that?
I'm not gonna tell you too much, but it's
Okay.
a fun flavor, brand new. We've never done it before, and it's just in time for the 70th.
Okay, and I understand there's a special guest about to join us. It's Mickey!
Mickey Mouse!
Wow, Mickey, thank you for having me today.
Wow, you look amazing!
I like your outfit. Mickey, can you give me a fashion twirl? Look up. Oh boy.
Perfection.
All right, enough. He's trying to take my spotlight. All right, Jennifer, we are here at Disney's California Adventure. The new World of Color show is here. What can you tell me about it?
I am so excited to share that we have World of Color Happiness featuring our friends from Inside Out, kind of giving us the journey of how to find happiness.
I need to find happiness, Jennifer.
You need all of your emotions.
But you know what? When I saw the show, it made me really happy.
That's the goal, because all of the emotions, when they come together, give you happiness. You can't have one without the other.
And I understand, you can vote for the show. Explain that.
So we are giving the guests an opportunity to control a little bit of the show. So when you come to see World of Color, make sure to go to the Disneyland app and vote on who you want to see featured in the show.
Okay, but the cool part also about the show, in the pre-show, there's the Muppets. Give me the Muppet tea.
Okay, so first, don't be late.
Okay.
Don't be late to World of Color, because you will miss this very special message.
And it's Disney. They always start on time.
We do.
Yeah.
We do. We like to keep things on time.
Yeah.
So you will get here early, and you will get to see a special message from the Muppets, who are also celebrating their 70th anniversary. And in true Muppet style, a little bit of hijinks goes on with their message, but you will walk away singing a certain phrase. I am sure of it.
Gracie, I have to tell you something. I'm starving. And there is a lot of food in front of me.
There is. I mean, this is an amazing display. And let me tell you, this is just a very, very small amount of the over 70 offerings that we have for this celebration. I mean, we're celebrating 7 decades of happiness here at the Disneyland Resort, right? 7 decades, that's insane.
You know what makes me happy?
What makes you
Food.
happy? Food makes me happy too. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So of course, with every celebration, we have to have the sweets. So our classic churros, just done up, a little bit of ube sugar, some beautiful glaze and some sprinkles, and of course, Mickey waffle. So again, tying into some of that nostalgia from when the park first opened. Park first opened with a restaurant called Casa de Fritos, right? So we have a lovely twist on 2 of the menu items from that restaurant. So this is our walking taco. So it is a fried tamale, Walt's favorite chili, right? You have the corn chips, the sour cream, the onions, the cheese. I mean, you can't go wrong. In fact, Walt loved chili. So a couple of the other offerings that we have also have that same Walt's chili. So we have our chili cheese corn dog, right, and our chili cheese potato. So amazing, amazing offerings. But again, something to tie in some of that nostalgia that our guests really liked from back in the day, and then giving it a modern twist to what we like today.
Yeah. Is that cornbread?
This is cornbread, right? Cornbread with all of the fixings. Again, Walt really liked that Southern comfort food, and
Yeah.
a lot of our guests liked it. And over those years, our chefs have really created that recipe to make it to where a lot of our guests love it today. So speaking of Casa de Fritos, I have something for you here, right? So this is actually a nod again to Casa de Fritos. So this is our mocha cream puff. So our beautiful choux pastry. It has the lovely mocha filling, whipped cream, and of course, chocolate covered corn chips with a touch of sprinkles. Because I mean, what's a celebration without sprinkles, right?
I love sprinkles. Who doesn't love sprinkles?
Sprinkles are amazing. And again, the foodie guide that we have has all of the lovely offerings. You can visit Disneyland.com, the Disneyland app, to really see all of the amazing things that we have for this celebration.
I'm gonna take this home to my mom, so you can just take it out, Gracie. Take it out. Take it out.
Switch on the sky and the stars glow for you.
I saw this show last night, and
amazing, right?
I was stone cold sober, but I felt I was tripping on something.
Oh my gosh, I know. We have some amazing effects in here. So, Paint the Night Parade, right? That's what you saw last night at Disneyland Park, part of our 70 years of happy, celebrating happy. This is one of the iconic parades that we have, and it is one of my favorites.
Talk to me numbers. How many lights? How many floats?
Oh my gosh.
Trucks?
Well, let's just take, I mean, we have Mac right here. Let's talk about this. I mean, we have 8 units. We have over 70 dancers, but let's talk about Mac here, right? You see
Shall we? Yeah.
You see this neon, LED neon that we have here?
Yeah, let's walk. Let's
Oh my gosh,
look.
yeah. 2,000 feet of LED neon. That's right here. My team, I have one electrician, he's exhausted. No, that's not true. It's a whole team, and they're amazing, but they're really fantastic. We've got the orbs that you can see behind me over here, 27,000 individual orbs that are part of this. It is a feat of engineering that we have on this, and this is just but one unit inside the entire parade.
How are these things powered? Is it a bat? Is there a giant?
Oh my gosh.
Where's the power coming from,
I'm going to tell you a little secret. It's the Disney magic.
I knew he was going to say that.
You got to go with pixie dust. We've got
Is there a battery under there? All right, Megan, now, I don't think we're in downtown Los Angeles right now.
We definitely are not.
Explain to me what we're doing here today.
So we are standing up on the top of the train station, just steps away from where Walt Disney dedicated Disneyland, because we are celebrating 70 years starting tomorrow, and that's where he gave his famous speech to welcome.
Right here?
Right behind us, yes.
Whoa.
Yes, and actually, right behind me is a replica of the camera that would have been used to film him.
I want the real camera, though.
Unfortunately, we don't have that for you.
That's fine, that's fine. So I guess kind of talk to me about, everyone obviously knows about Disneyland, but why do you think it's sustained for 70 years?
Well, I think it all starts with Walt's dream, and he wanted to create a place where children and parents could have fun together, and that is exactly what we've created, what he created, and what we've continued to build here at the Disneyland Resort over the last 70 years. And today you can see it come to life with all the families having a great time behind us.
What are some of the big changes that have happened over the years?
Oh my goodness. Well, when he bought this, it was orange groves. So it was 160 acres of orange groves. Obviously, we opened Disneyland Park. We've now tripled in size with Disney California Adventure, Downtown Disney, and 3 resort hotels.
Now, I know Disneyland Forward, the future is coming. What can you tell me about Disneyland Forward?
Oh my gosh, I wish I knew what I could tell you.
I want all the tea.
Well, here's what I can tell you.
Okay.
Walt's famous quote, Disneyland will never be completed so long as there is imagination left in the world. So if you can dream it, you can do it as well. We have announced a few attractions coming to Disney California Adventure Park in the near-ish future. So very excited to look forward to those coming to life over the next little while.
What are some of your kind of secret finds that you love in the park? Maybe that people, when they come, can notice, can look for?
That's a good one. Okay, so you actually turned me on to one today at the Magic Shop with the old-timey phone, where you can hear Harry Houdini recorded by Thomas Edison, you said?
God, how do you remember that?
That's fantastic. So my favorite thing, actually, is when you are in a queue waiting for an attraction, or maybe you're waiting for your mobile order 70th celebration food and beverage, is really just to take in all the detail around you. Our Walt Disney Imagineering partners have done an amazing job just truly bringing storytelling to life here at the Disneyland Resort. So there's always something to see and something to take in. So just take it in.
I have had an incredible time here at the Disneyland Resort, and to plan your own 70th anniversary adventure, be sure to head over to Disneyland.com. See ya.
I've been spending time in Alula in the northwest of Saudi Arabia. I've experienced some of its adventurous side and learned about the history, but I always feel that a good way to immerse yourself in the culture is through the food. So I've come to learn a little bit more about one of the most important foods in the region, the date. Perhaps surprising given its Mars-like terrain, but Alula is one of the world's largest exporters of dates, with Saudi Arabia exporting dates to over 113 countries in the last 5 years. There are over 2.3 million date palm trees in Alula, and when I was flying above the area in the helicopter, I could see all of the lush green areas below, which looked very beautiful. So I thought it'd be great to come back down to the ground, visit one of the farms, and learn about why dates are so important to the history and region of Alula. The date harvest is done by hand, with the skilled farmers climbing the palms before cutting the branches to collect the dates below. Dates have been so significant to the region over the centuries that even recent excavations of Nabatean tombs at Hegra uncovered date necklaces, showing the importance of the date to ancient civilizations. The date farm was clearly used to visitors, with a number of seating areas, swings and hammocks around, with locals and tourists relaxing. So I took the chance to chat to Huda, who works in the travel industry, to learn what impact tourism is having on the region. So obviously tourism is fairly new to Saudi Arabia, but what do the locals think about it? Are they liking having international visitors?
They are loving it. People are more expressive right now.
Really?
Yes, people want to enjoy everything. People want to go out with their families and spend a lot of good time. Like there's different things for different people, for different families. They all know what to do with their day. Like today I'm gonna spend my time with the family, then after that I might go to, if there's a festival, Middle East, they will go just chill.
There seem to be a lot of festivals actually in Alula.
Yes, not in Al-Ula exactly, but all over Saudi Arabia.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Like our local artists, like who's the biggest artist in the UK?
Oh, I don't know. Ed Sheeran, maybe?
Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran, we have Muhammad Abdu.
Okay.
So Muhammad Abdu and a lot of like similar music like him, we all grew up listening to, our families grew up listening to, and now they're doing concerts all over.
That's very cool.
Saudi Arabia.
Really cool.
Yes.
Are your parents happy that you're working in travel? Is that something that they want for you?
Yes. Because I was the only one who really didn't know what to do with my life. And they were still questioning if they did something wrong with me. I'm like, I don't know. I just need to find a passion. I hate working, clocking in and clocking out. That's not for me. I just want something that's more meaningful. And Al-Ula gave me that. Every time there's new people, every time there's new culture, and they're all shocked of how Al-Ula and Saudi Arabia in general is turning the way it is, and it's all happening so quickly.
You mentioned you like to meet new people. Do you think that's a common thing across Saudi Arabia? Are people curious to meet foreigners now that tourism is open?
Since years, people were really interested in meeting foreigners, but now they have the ability to show foreigners what our Saudi is about, what our Saudi people are like. So they're really, really happy to meet new people and to show them.
Alula is home to a number of different festivals, and my visit coincided with the annual Alula Dates Festival. So after the harvest, the dates are brought to places like this. They've been sorted and weighed, and the guys behind me are getting them ready for the auction, which is happening tomorrow morning. Now, the dates here are going to be sold to people running businesses, restaurants, as well as export.
is the Alula Dates Festival, which is an annual thing, and it's actually been running for quite a few years, although it's developed over time from something that was initially just trade to now something that domestic and international tourists visit. Although it still feels very authentic, and each of these stands are representatives from different farms around Alula. So as well as just dates, there are also a lot of date products, including these lovely looking date chocolates. And the gentleman here was telling me that they're all organic, and as I learned earlier, it's actually a really fertile ground to grow the dates. And once he's produced these on his farm, which are nearby, they're then sold to restaurants, supermarkets and shops in the old town. The gentleman here was telling me there are 15 different types of dates, loads of different flavors, and they export all over the world. America, Hong Kong, Europe.
Yes, Europe, yes.
I need to try this now.
Yeah, yes. Different type, different dates. Yeah.
Beautiful.
The festival also included a number of different performances. I went outside to join the crowds of families, watching as the musicians performed a traditional song and dance.
I already knew that dates were carried by the caravans traditionally because the dates would last a very long time without going off, but I've just come across this, which is called shinna in Arabic, and this is a camel's stomach, and it's stuffed filled with dates, and they can actually last up to 2 years when they're preserved this way. And this has been a really interesting day for me because I've gone from not knowing very much about dates at all to seeing the entire process from harvest to sale, and now I've done some shopping and I've got some to take home.
The next day, back in the Old Town, I met up again with local expert Suleiman and a few of his friends for a traditional meal. Meals in Saudi Arabia are a very communal activity, with food often being at the forefront of celebrations. We started our meal with Arabic tea and dates, before being served dozens of colourful dishes, and I was keen to find out more about food in Saudi.
So there's a lot of dishes here. You guys are going to have to talk me through a few of the things we've got.
So this is like a traditional Saudi meal that a family would have together, or maybe a big group of friends. On the weekends, people would gather together and have this kind of meal together. So you gather around the table. It's like a sharing thing, especially the rice dish in the middle. Is the one that is kind of everyone waits for, and it's the kind of like a special thing that you get on the weekends, and different kind of meats you can have with it. You can have I think today we have even some camel in there. And
really?
Yes, and then we have, there's goat, lamb, chicken, so it depends what they do, but this one is a mix actually today, so we got like a little bit of everything.
Is camel meat often eaten here?
It's not that often, actually. It's more considered like something like special, right? Yeah, it wouldn't be like an everyday thing, definitely.
I'm guessing as well, so there's no cutlery here, so we're going to be tucking in with our hands?
Exactly. So either with your hands, you can take the rice. Suleiman is really good at that. I'm not really good. This is not my expertise. I use the bread. So for those of us who are not as, versed in that, then we take the piece of the bread like this, and then you'll just, basically everything on this table right now, we can eat. This is our spoon, this is our utensils today.
Fantastic.
So then you will take a little bit, or you take a piece of meat and you mix it up with something else.
These all vegetarian dishes, you see it here. So 100 years ago, Saudi, when you live in the desert before the oil, meat was rare. We only eat meat, like what Laura said. We only eat meat when it's a special occasion. Wedding, someone's dying, something like that. So we're eating meat. If it's not, we're gonna eat this. So this is actually what our grandfathers used to eat every day. So how to eat the rice with meat? First, you take a bite of the meat, put it here, gather with the rice in it, and with the 4 fingers, just like this, and How do you do it? Okay, now you have a small...
Like a ball almost?
Ball, yeah, and you eat it.
Laura has lived in Saudi Arabia for around 15 years, after originally coming as a nurse. She's travelled extensively around the country, and I wanted to hear her perspective on celebrations and hospitality in Saudi Arabia.
And how have you found the Saudi hospitality?
I mean, I think it's one of the most amazing things about Saudi Arabia is the people and the hospitality. So anywhere you go, you'll always get welcomed to their homes, their houses, and especially offered a lot of food. Yeah. Especially like in the desert, sometimes you'll go and, drive around, maybe get lost. This is not a problem. Actually, it's a good thing because somebody will definitely find you and then they'll come and ask you to go to their camp or their picnic or whatever, and then they'll offer you these kind of amazing meals.
Wow. You mentioned as well about special occasions. What are some of your favorite events or occasions in Saudi Arabia?
Well, weddings are definitely something very interesting in Saudi, and of course there's a lot of food. So you'll have this kind of like big, even bigger than this, maybe the size of this table, like rice dishes, and everyone will share from it. And yeah,
a whole sheep.
A whole sheep, yeah, or a whole camel or something. Yeah,
and people are coming around it and eat it.
I've seen as well, because obviously there was a lot of trading and pilgrims coming through this region. Does that mean that there's influences from different countries in the food as well?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. So like since thousands of years, it's always been like a melting pot. So people have been going from Yemen, the frankincense route, they're coming up all the way to Rome. So there's like this, even from Egypt side, everywhere, like this is definitely like the hub of all of those people.
From the traditional to the modern, the following day I drove out to what appeared to be a huge shimmering mirage in the desert.
So this afternoon, I've come to visit a place that is fast becoming one of the most famous sites in Saudi Arabia. This is the beautiful Moriah, which is known as the largest mirrored building in the whole world. Now, Moriah means mirror or reflection in Arabic, and the idea is that this place reflects Alula's position as a crossroad of cultures throughout the centuries.
Moriah is primarily an events and concert venue, recently hosting superstars such as Mariah Carey, John Legend and Usher. The main concert area has 500 seats and the option for artists to have the desert rocks as a backdrop whilst they're playing. Director of Marketing Renee showed me around and told me a little bit about the significance of the building.
What about the design process of the building? Because obviously it's really unique.
Yes. The designer, his method or what the philosophy he had in mind was to bring the modern into the ancient world. And the reason behind the mirrored panels is so we can reflect on the past while looking to the future. And right now the future towards the Saudi Vision 2030 is live entertainment. There are 9,740 panels. And the designer really wanted to infuse the history of Al-Ula, that the panels were designed to mimic the tombs of Dedan.
How is the live entertainment entwined in this 2030 vision then?
And to introduce to the progressive changes to the rest of the world that Saudi is ready to be inclusive. Saudi is ready to meet the demands of the global scale. And live entertainment can cross all boundaries. That's what is the universal language, regardless of religion, ethnicity, and Saudi has recognized that.
The open-air rooftop is a venue in itself, hosting parties and events every week, with the surrounding rocks specially lit to add to the ambiance.
The philosophy behind the design is that when you're up here, you get to see the mix between the modern and the ancient. And you also get to see the reflection into the past whilst looking ahead.
With the sun starting to set, I decided to stay until the evening to see the event space come alive and take a quick look into the upstairs fine dining restaurant before it opened.
Coming over the hill and seeing Moriah in the distance was absolutely amazing. And obviously the mirrored nature of it means that it blends seamlessly in with the surroundings. And now I'm going to finish my day by coming upstairs to the in-house restaurant, Mariah's Social, which has great reviews, for some lovely food and a few mocktails. Cheers! I'm always a big fan of staying in quirky places, and Alula has a whole host of options, including all villa, glamorous resorts. They have tented options, and what I'm staying in tonight is an Airstream. And I think it's a pretty cool place to stay with the amazing views of the rock formations, and I can still use all of the facilities at Habitas. Even though there are 22 Airstreams, they all have individual terraces, so they feel very private. It does really feel like I've just driven here and pitched up in the middle of the desert on my own. And I imagine that this evening, when the sun's gone down, because there's no light pollution here, we're going to get amazing views of the night sky. My final morning in Alula, and I thought I'd spend a little bit of time looking around the resort and the local area. And I'm traveling by e-bike, which is not only a fun, but it's also a sustainable way to travel. And what I'm particularly keen on doing today is visiting some of the Desert X installations. And these are the first Desert X installations outside of America. There were originally 14 art installations, and now there are 5 permanent ones, and they're spread out all over the site. So I'm going to take a cycle around and see what it's all about. Definitely one of my favourite pieces of art here. This is called Falling Stones Garden, and it's made up of 320 small art installations. The idea is the artist wants us to be more observant about our surroundings here in the desert and actually check out the different colours, because from afar this all looks like it's just grey, but then when you get up close you can see there's also blacks and whites and even reds and oranges. Pieces of art here not only allow you to interact with them, it's actively encouraged. Like the one that I'm on the way to now is a series of trampolines in between 2 huge rock formations, and I've seen a lot of pictures of this online, so I reckon it's going to be pretty fun. So this piece, called Now You See Me, Now You Don't, is definitely one of the most famous of all of the art installations at Desert X Alula. It's by a local artist, and the idea is it represents the impending water crisis, and all of these different trampolines are meant to be puddles in the desert, which appear and disappear very rapidly. This piece is called 1, 2, 3 Swing by an artist called Superflex, and it's meant to represent the ups and downs in the economy. As you can see, the swing is actually designed for 3 people, and this is meant to symbolise that when people work together, things always work better.
one final destination to visit before my time in Alula comes to an end, the instantly recognisable Elephant Rock. With the dramatic desert landscape surrounding it, 52-metre-high Elephant Rock was a sight to behold.
I had the chance to see Elephant Rock from above when I had my helicopter flight, so I thought I'd come down to ground level and see it before I head to the airport to fly to Jeddah. And this is such a cool vibe. I've been told that this has been popular with the locals for a really long time to come here and relax, but now they've turned it into a bit of a tourist hotspot. They've got these dugout pits, comfy sofas, music playing, they light it up at night time, and it seems like a really cool place to come and have some tea and a shisha.
Although we arrived quite early, as the sun started to set, the pits became busy with families, couples and tourist groups, enjoying the scenery, the music and the refreshments. As with the old town, the Elephant Rock area has been developed in a way that has a modern draw, yet still preserves the history and cultural significance. It was a great end to my time in Alula.
I always love visiting slightly more unusual destinations, and for me it's been really interesting to come to a country where a lot of people seem to have opinions about but probably haven't visited themselves. And actually on the ground, everybody that I have met has been incredibly welcoming. They've been very hospitable, and people seem excited that Saudi Arabia is open for tourism. They're happy that people are visiting now and learning about their culture. And Saudi Arabia definitely has a lot to offer for all kinds of travelers. There's a great adventure scene, very strong culture, some delicious food, obviously, and there's a huge amount of history here. And there's actually a lot of areas that are still yet to be fully explored. A lot of people have said that Saudi Arabia is going to change very rapidly over the next few years, and the locals seem really excited about that. And I personally would be very excited to come back again and see those changes for myself.
Arabia opened for tourism in 2019, Alula in the northwest of the country is becoming a must-visit destination in the region. The second largest city in the Nabatean kingdom after Petra, it's a place with huge historical significance, and I'm here to find out what makes it so special.
It is about 5:30 and I've had a very early start, but for good reason. This morning I'm going to be spending some time in the first site in Saudi Arabia to be awarded UNESCO World Heritage Site status. This is Hegra, and from what I've seen at any time of the day it looks particularly impressive, but I've decided to come for sunrise and I'm going to be travelling around in a vintage Land Rover, so I'm not sure if this morning can get any cooler.
I met with Amel, who is a Rawi, which means reciter or storyteller. It's a role that means you're an ambassador for your area, sharing your culture and stories with visitors. Her training started in the USA and France before finishing in Alula.
This must be one of the most famous sites in Saudi.
Of course, it's the famous one, actually, it's the icon. So as you can see, we call it Al Farid. So because it's in the middle, like the king, so there's no tomb beside it. So that's why we call it Al Farid, or the unique.
What period does it date back to?
So this period back to over like 2,200 years ago, at the time of the Nabatean kingdom. So they were here, or they decided to move and settled at Hijra and the end of the 1st century BC, from all the way at Batra to Hijra.
And what kind of tools would they have used to make this?
So the mountain that we have it here, it's a sound stone. So they use a chisel and hammer to start carving those tombs. So as you can see, we have the small details like the steps that you see it in the top, and the columns, and also the eagle, which is the symbol for the god. So around Hijra we have almost 132 tombs. They are separated here. So, but this one is the famous and the icon actually for Al-Ula. So as you can see, it's in the middle like a king, so no one beside it. So we believe that's the man who carving or this tomb. He's a famous man, or we believe it was a commander of the army. So he wanted to make himself special. So he chose this area to building or to carve his tomb. As you can see, there is no tombs beside it.
With the exception of the vehicle, the surroundings haven't changed for centuries, and without damage from over-tourism, the history of the region is being excellently preserved.
So I know the kingdom spread out so far, so you must be able to see influences from all over here.
So the Nabatean, they influence with different civilization, like the Egyptian, Greek, so the Roman. So in the facade, you're gonna see more than 3 or 4 influence. For each decoration has like a symbol. For example, you see the columns, it's Roman influence, and also the lotus flower, it's Egyptian influence, and Medusa, so the face and the snakes is Greek. So each, let me say, each civilization, they have influence from it. And also usually they start carving from the top to bottom. So they start with the 5 steps that you see it in the top, and it's the way to the heaven actually. So they have belief, religion belief actually. So if you died, your body will stay inside the tombs. So your soul will go with this 5 steps to the heaven.
This area looks quite different.
Yeah, it's totally different than the other side. We are in Jabal Ithlib, so it's a huge mountain. We are also walking one of the special things that we have it here, which is the path that you see it right now. We call it a siq.
And this is just absolutely amazing. What would this have been originally?
It's beautiful, actually. As you can see, it's a huge room, so we call it a diwan. So in Arabic, it's look like that's a huge room. They used to gathering here and sit down and talking about everything happened in the city. So inside this beautiful mountain, we have 3 important things, like the first one, a diwan. The second thing is a bath that you see it here. The third one, it's the niches, the place when they start pray to their god.
And Hijra would have been part of a trade route and a pilgrimage route as well?
Exactly, yeah. They have to continue or they have to stop here when they want to continue to the other side to Mesopotamia or Egypt. So it's look like the main stop for them.
Whilst history is an obvious draw for visitors to Saudi, recent developments mean that evening events, concerts and festivals are attracting locals and tourists.
Alula hosts a lot of different concerts, but it's also home to a number of different festivals. There's the Alula Citrus Festival, there's the Dates Festival, and what's happening at the moment is a wellness festival, as wellness is actually quite an up-and-coming thing here in the area. This evening I've come to Five Senses, which is a pop-up, and I'm going to be speaking to some of the practitioners, finding out what's going on and possibly learning about some of the techniques and treatments here, as I think later in the week I'm going to have one myself. I'd love to know a little bit about your background. How did you get involved in the wellness scene?
So during COVID, I was so stressed, and we are obviously was in the quarantine, so I have mentally not in the good place. So I ran into the yoga class online, and after that I decided to take the certificate in yoga.
Oh, wonderful. But you've got a medical background as well.
Yeah,
right?
I am a doctor, yeah.
Oh,
I
wow.
practice medicine, yeah.
Where did you study medicine?
Here in Saudi Arabia.
So you've travelled quite extensively around Saudi and lived in a few different cities here. How do you think it's changed over the years?
I think for the best. After the 2030 vision, everything changed here in Saudi. Even we can visit a lot of places. And with the women empowerment here, like we can do more for this country.
So I've seen a mix of international visitors and local ladies here as well. Is yoga particularly popular amongst the local population?
Recently, yeah, the acceptance of yoga and wellness is more. And because of all the mental effect, the good mental effect, the people reaching more to yoga, especially after COVID.
What is the message that you would love international people to know about living in Saudi Arabia?
I think we have like a different culture here in Saudi. We have the sea, we have the mountain, we have the farms. So Saudi is a good place and it's a safe place to visit. So welcome all to Saudi. Thank you so much.
The following morning, I had another early start for a helicopter ride over Alula. With the option to have the helicopter doors open, it's definitely a great choice for thrill seekers, but also a unique way to see the vastness of the region.
Being able to see it from up here, getting a completely different perspective on the area, absolutely amazing. Very shortly, we're going to be heading towards Saudi Arabia's first UNESCO World Heritage Site, which is Pegra, which is going to be an absolute privilege to see from the skies. These landscapes look so epic from the ground. It's hard to put it into words. Now we're up in the skies.
From above, the social significance of Alula over the centuries is apparent. From the modern history of a former station of the Hijaz Railway to the icons of Alula's time as the capital of the Dadanite and Lionite kingdoms.
This has to be one of the coolest things I've ever done.
But we can help.
Alula is known for its Mars-like landscapes and colour palettes, so it's surprising to see the lush green of the date trees below. Other highlights from the skies included the famous Elephant Rock and the Old Town, both of which I'll be visiting later on in my trip. The pilot also had a surprise for me as we touched down on a mountaintop.
We've just very briefly touched down on the top of one of the rock formations, and this is called Hawat Away With, Hawat actually means black lava, and all of the rocks that you can see here were from previous volcanic eruptions. Now, the last one was about 1400 years ago, but it has completely defined the landscape here.
From one adrenaline-filled activity to the next.
Now, it's not surprising given the terrain, but Alula is actually becoming a bit of an adventure destination. And this morning I've come to the Adventure Hub, where you can choose from activities like rock climbing, abseiling, or via ferrata, which is what I'm going to be doing this morning. And that is essentially rappelling around the cliff edge, presumably with some pretty impressive views. But first of all, it's the walk up.
Via Ferrata was among the more extreme offerings of the Adventure Hub, but the instructors were all enthusiastic and encouraging.
What's amazing, and I wasn't expecting at all, is this site is absolutely filled with historic rock art. We've just passed 2 camels here, and my instructors told me they're nearly 3,000 years old.
I hadn't expected my time in Alula to be so outdoorsy, but the 200-metre high cliff edge was going to give me yet another fantastic vantage point.
So perhaps Saudi isn't necessarily somewhere that you'd associate with adventure activities, but of course this terrain means it's absolutely perfect for stuff like this.
Shift, if possible, shift your left feet on that side. 1, 2, 3, up. Excellent. Use your toes.
I've eased into it now, and now I can enjoy these insane views. This looks so cool. Well, that definitely got the heart racing. It was probably a little bit more adventurous than I was actually expecting. And it certainly proved, I already knew that Alula had a lot of terms of culture and history, but there's definitely a lot for the thrill seekers as well. My final activity at the Adventure Hub is zip lining, and this is the longest zip line in Saudi. It's about 900 meters long, and at the fastest point you're going between 100 and 120 kilometers an hour, hence the goggles. There's some people setting up behind me, which I'm quite pleased about because it does mean that I can watch them before I commit. So I've actually been on a zip line on a lot of occasions, but I've never done it lying down like this.
Lying down like a Superman
yeah,
position.
I've always been kind
Most
of in
the time
this
it's
position.
like a sitting position.
Exactly.
That's the normal position for zip line.
Let's see how it is.
Let's see how it is. So are you ready?
Just
okay.
about.
Launching on line 2. Line 2. Yeah.
Confirm, line 2.
There you go.
Okay then, launching in 5,
4, 3, 2, 1, launch!
Smooth landing. So much fun. Well done, Alex.
Thank you.
In your hands. Yeah, we're going to pull you up over there. Don't worry. Hey, quite
That evening I headed into the heart of Alula, the old town, for a tour with Atif, a local guide.
So, welcome to the Old Town.
Thank you.
Which is actually the latest city that our elders used to live in it. It's dated to the 12th century BC, so 700 years from today. Most of the buildings here, they have been built by stone, mud, bricks, and also the leaves and the palm trees.
Wow.
So basically, it's old homes.
And how many of the buildings now have been turned into something else, restaurants or
Well,
houses?
that's a great question, actually. Basically, it's the market, what we used to call it the Dur markets, which is basically the incense or the frankincense trade routes.
Excellent.
In the past. Of course, our vision is to bring it back life again. as we're going to see.
Let's go and have a look.
Yeah. So here we can see one of the stone which has an inscription that dated to the 6th century BC.
Wow.
Yeah, so how is this a stone? It's older than the city itself. Now this is the question. So the people here, they actually, most of the time, they don't cut the stones from the mountains. It's better to go to the oldest kingdom here, which is Dadanite Kingdom. It's dated to 2,900 years. And they started to reuse the stone that created the buildings there, and they started to build their homes here.
And do you know what the inscription says?
Well, it's in Samish language, so for sure no. It's an old language, actually, older than Aramaic, and maybe it's the mother of the Aramaic. It's one of the Samish language.
How much of this has been refurbished and how much is original?
So for that, actually, we are now in the original part of the old town. The part that they actually rebuild it again with the Royal Commission, it's the south part of the old town. Just like the old times when they used to do the same material, it's the same. The Royal Commission did the same with the buildings.
So it really is like a living museum.
Exactly, yeah. We actually are bragging about telling we are in the largest open museum in the world. And I think it's the time to share it with the rest of the world.
This is going to give us amazing views over the old town then, I'm guessing.
Yeah, for sure. Especially from the left side, you can see all of the markets in the front of you. And actually, in the past, there was a person, they call him the caller. If you lost something in the old town, you can give him $1 or something, and he can come here and start to yell about what you lost. So he will start to yell, "Oh, everybody, did anyone saw what she lost?" And he starts to bring it to you. So yeah, it is a good position to see the old town.
I've lost my sunglasses.
Yeah,
Like
everyone will hear that from here because you are in the top.
So there's about 900 settlements here, is that
Yeah,
right?
around 900 homes and 400 shops. So, welcome to the markets of the old town. As you can see, we are sitting the Arabic sitting, crossing the legs in the market. And here in the old town, actually, the vision of the Royal Commission was to bring the markets back again to life, as we see. And in the markets, they actually have a lot of shops that sell a lot of fruits, like the dates, the spices, the coffee, and even some fruits from the markets. I think you can smell some.
It actually smells gorgeous. I can smell that coffee smell, and yeah, a bit of
Yeah.
a fruity smell as well.
Exactly. So this is what you're supposed to smell in their own times. What they sell in the market, it's bring smells, like the perfumes, the spices, the fruits, whatever kind of fruits, like the citrus. So what you're smelling now, it's actually the same what was in their time.
So hundreds of years ago, would this market area have been busy with people from all over?
Yes, well, if we went into their time, of course, you will see a lot of camels, a lot of caravans are sitting there, a lot of people who's yelling about the prices of what their valuables. So yes, you will see it.
From the old town to the new town, I met with Suleiman, a local expert, for a bite to eat.
So I'm gonna take you to my favorite, actually, local restaurant.
Amazing.
We're gonna eat chicken shawarma, and I love their shawarma.
It smells absolutely amazing.
Actually, I always come there. So let's order.
Yes, please. I'm going to follow your suit, whatever you suggest.
لو سمحتي عسل نبغى 2 شاورما صغير شطة كل شيء طبعا.
I wish you guys could smell this. It smells so good.
So it's a very small joint, but they make the best shawarma. And you're gonna try it and tell me what you think.
Alula is home to some very high-end restaurants, but I'm also always keen to see where the locals eat.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, you want to eat it the Saudi way?
What does the Saudi way mean?
Like this.
A squat?
Squat, yeah. Put it like this.
Fine.
Open it.
Okay.
So the opening is like this. So it doesn't get ruined.
That's a clever idea. So
Yeah.
rip the top off.
Yeah. So it's actually what's inside. It's chicken grilled on charcoal. So
Oh, on charcoal?
Yeah,
Oh,
charcoal.
wow.
So it has just like the burnt taste, and they put some vegetable in it, garlic sauce, and French fries.
You do not get shawarma on charcoals in the UK like this.
Yeah, this is the Saudi real way.
The real way.
Yeah,
I've
the real
got high
shawarma.
hopes for this then.
Yeah, enjoy it. Tell me what do you think.
Oh my God,
What do you think?
that's amazing. That's so tasty.
Yeah, I told you.
You do get a bit of a smoky taste.
Yeah, the smoky taste.
A little bit of smoky chicken, and then the garlic flavour is just delicious. So would this be a very local thing for people to come and eat them together?
Actually, yeah, it's very local. So I have to eat shawarma at least one time a week.
I thought you were going to say a day.
Not a day, but at least one time a week. So we have small size, we have a huge size that we call it in Arabic, actually in Saudi, sarukh. It's actually rocket in English.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just like a huge one.
Well, we ordered a small one this time, but I feel like maybe I should have got the rocket because this is so good.
Yeah. I want to give you a taste so we can order it. We can order it again.
I have been absolutely loving my time in Alula so far. The hospitality has been incredible, and I'm loving the mixture of history, culture, food, and even adventure that I've been experiencing. I've still got quite a few more days left, actually, and I'm really excited to see what they hold.
This is Everest Base Camp, and you're traveling with me, Tabitha Lipkin, on the Everest Base Camp trek. This trek is about round trip 80 miles, takes 11 days, and reaches altitudes right here at 17,598 feet. But before it's all said and done, we're gonna get up to 18,000 feet right here in the Himalayas in the middle of Nepal.
You see, I actually filmed that before I finished the trek, wanting to show off the awesome base camp sign. And while most of what I said was accurate, I wanted to let you know that I actually hiked closer to 100 miles round trip with my extra hikes. But let's take you back to the beginning, landing at the Tenzing Hillary Airport, world famous for being, well, a little bit dangerous.
It is so surreal to be reporting to you right here from Lukla Airport, considered the most dangerous airport in the world, situated right in the middle of the Himalayas. But what makes it so dangerous is actually the runway, which is on a 12% grade. Now, the runway itself is only about 527 meters long, which is about 1,729 feet. And at its width, it's only about 30 meters wide, which is about 100 feet. So pilots, like the one that just landed behind me, they need prime conditions. The trek is officially starting. We just had a little bit of breakfast to get pumped after our flight into Lukla, and now we're walking through the streets of Lukla before, I think we've got about 3 hours ahead of us before we stop for lunch.
Our trip was slightly delayed because of weather at the Lukla airport, so we're hiking our first day from Lukla to Chumoa. Originally, we would have stopped in Pha Ding, but we needed to make up for some lost time and get a little further ahead. The first day was filled with learning all sorts of things, like the Buddhist prayer wheels, always making sure you turn them clockwise and with your right hand, and these tablets, some of them hundreds of years old, always making sure that you pass them to the left.
Look how stunning. Videos. I've said this before in my videos. Videos do not do the beauty of places justice. You have to see it for yourself.
The Everest Base Camp Trek is a really unique trek in that it's a form of tourism that gives directly back to the local community there in Nepal, and a form of Everest tourism that I personally think is a lot more ethical than going all the way to the summit. I'll explain more on that later. While trekking, you stay in locally owned family tea houses, which are kind of like hostels. You eat locally sourced meals, which range from momos, which are kind of like these delicious dumplings filled with meats or veg, and you can also end up eating a lot of carb-heavy meals like spaghetti or fried noodles. You can get apples that are safe to eat raw, or most tea houses will steam up some local vegetables for you as well.
We just stopped for lunch and I got a vegetable momo. Delicious. We're going in. We're having the yak cheese. Yeah, we're gonna cheers with our yak cheese. Yak cheese cheers, and we're gonna try it.
Sorry?
That's good. Yeah, it's got good flavor. It's got like almost like a Swissy kind of cheddary. I sound like a wine person who doesn't know wine trying to describe wine. It's got like a cheesy flavor. It's really good. I also have to be clear, it's knack cheese, not yak cheese. Knacks are the females and yaks are the males. It comes from a female, from the men, not from the boy yaks, from the girl yaks. Knacks. See?
The increase in altitude can be pretty hard on the body, especially for someone who is not used to it. Again, you're going to reach altitudes over 17,500 feet, which is over 5,360 meters. You do have time to acclimatize, but in addition to that, I took Diamox the entire trip to feel less of the effects. And don't worry, your oxygen and heart rates are monitored closely each day, especially if you go with a group. I traveled with a company called G Adventures and cannot say enough great things about my personal experience, especially with our guide Gelu and his assistant guides Dawa and Pemba. As far as what to pack, you have to stay pretty light. No more than 20 pounds for your bag that porters help with, and your backpack is recommended to be about 10 pounds. September to October, which is the high seasons for trekking, you're going to need to pack for really warm and really cold weather. And you can do some laundry on the trek, and you can shower sometimes, but most importantly, you're going to want sunscreen and a lot of it. Although it was pretty warm for most of our trip, I stayed as covered as I could because you're outside all day, every day. And by the end of our very first day, we had trekked a total of 11 miles to Chumoa.
After a long day that was elongated by our original delay, we have finally made it to our guest house, our tea house for the night. I'm literally wanting to lay in the ground. I'm tired, but in a very good way tired. And it's also really beautiful, and it's like the perfect temperature outside. Oh, let me show you guys just how pretty it is. Oh, look at that. Unreal. It's day 2 of our trek, and what a beautiful day we have ahead of us. We're going to Namche Bazaar, which is about a 3-hour hike. And after we get there, it is expected that we'll do essentially a check-in, and then we'll do like a little acclimatization hike after that. So it should be a pretty mild day, and the weather is just prime.
Most groups when trekking through Everest Base Camp stay 2 days in Namche Bazaar, but because of our delay, we're only staying 1 day. The hike was full of views that are somehow getting better and better. It almost reminded me of the Pacific Northwest or even Canada. Pine trees, rivers, and lots of sunshine. Mount Everest and Everest Base Camp, for that matter, are inside Sagarmatha National Park. From Lukla, the average trip takes about a week walking. There's only 2 ways you can get in and out of the trek route. And you might have guessed one of them is trekking, but you can take a helicopter in. The helicopters, however, are pretty pricey depending on where you're flying to and flying from. Plus, you do still need to acclimatize. Some people will take the hike in and then fly out, but we're doing the whole thing. Plus, this trek is definitely more about the journey than the destination.
All right, it's a little loud because we're by this river, but the famous Everest Bridge right here. That's the old one on the bottom, and the top one is the new one. We're on the famous Everest Bridge right now. It's pretty crazy. There she is. Let's see if I get my finger in there. Whoop, right there. It's decent. Nice. We made it to our second stop along the trail at Namche Bazaar. You can see the whole town essentially behind me. The hike today has been outrageously beautiful. We've seen so many waterfalls, crossed so many bridges, and it's only about noon, so we're gonna check in, get a little rest, and then we're gonna go on a little acclimatization walk. Acclimatization walk.
That's the word.
We're gonna do that and rest up for the rest of the trek.
The walk was really cool, getting to see the town of Namche Bazaar from another perspective and getting to learn more about Tenzing Norgay and Edmund Hillary at the local museum sponsored by the Norgay Foundation. All before discovering the most exciting surprise on the trek.
Chocolate coconut cake, out of this world. German bakery in the middle of Nepal. It's so good.
The village of Namche had a little bit of everything, which we were told would be a good last stop to grab things you might need like candy bars. Or I even ended up grabbing a cool new yak hat to wear to represent our group, Yak Baby, also representing the many yaks and knacks you see along the way. This all before taking a much needed rest after hiking about 7 miles total on day 2.
Just woke up and this is our view once all the clouds have cleared. It is such a beautiful morning, waking up with that stunning view of the mountains. We are leaving Namche Bazaar and we are going to Tenguche, which apparently is a place that is really famous for a beautiful monastery where a lot of people who are going to summit Everest participate in ceremonies. We are not summiting Everest, we are just going to the base camp, but it's going to be, I think, a really lovely and spiritual experience to go to that monastery. And another beautiful day of hiking. Couldn't be more fortunate. Feeling really, really grateful and really, really humble.
The third day of the trek takes us along a route that shows us the tip of Everest and Amadablam. Locals say that Amadablam is the most beautiful mountain in the world.
I forgot to ask you guys, do you like my yak hat? Our group is called the Yak Baby, so I got this when we were in Namche Bazaar. But a really popular thing to do as you're going along the trek is to actually stop at the tea houses, not just to stay the night, but to grab some tea to enjoy for your journey. And you get views like this right there. Amadabla is considered one of the most beautiful mountains in the entire world. and we've gotten to see her in all her glory today.
This tea house owner, like many you'll meet, have pictures on the walls of not only family and sometimes the famous people that have stayed there or that they've met along the way. Some tea house owners have summited Everest and display those pictures and certificates as well. My favorite tea on the trek, I'm a big fan of the lemon ginger honey. If you know, you know. But there's also coffee, hot chocolates, and sodas that can be ordered as well. You're gonna see a lot of yaks, cows that have been bred with yaks, horses, mules, all that trekking with you. You're also going to be hiking along with porters, some working for local businesses, but many working with the local trekking companies to help carry bags. This is a way of life for many of the men in the region, and is also a way for locals to participate in tourism. Many working their way up to hiking guides, and some even becoming Sherpas. And being a Sherpa is also not as straightforward as you might think. My guy Jelu's last name is Sherpa because Sherpa is an ethnic group of people in the region. But the name has morphed into something more, being a high designation for those leading hikers to the top of Everest.
But there is a job description called Sherpa that they work as an assistant guide. Yeah? Normally, what we usually use here in this region. Because nowadays we operate more the tea house trek, so we don't have many assistant guide. Yeah? So we don't say much like Sherpa there, but early days when we operate more camping trek, that time we have a more assistant guide, means that they set the tents, they check the things. So those people who work this job that they call Sherpa.
After a long day of hiking, we finally made it to Tingboshe and celebrated with a hot chocolate and a tour, complete with a view of a very happy yak who wanted to play in the dirt.
And in 3, 2, 1. And I'm pushing out. I'm pushing out. I'm pushing out to that view. And this is the whole room. Wait, this is so cool. A hole just opened up where you can see Mount Everest, and literally it's cloudy all around it. Let me show you.
Then it's time to check out the famous Tingboshe Monastery, which not only takes your breath away with its stunning structure and all of the carvings, but also the history dating back hundreds of years. We were very fortunate to be there at a time when the novice monks were practicing. We also settled in and meditated while they played. You almost forget you hiked 9 miles to get here because suddenly you're at peace.
So one of my favorite things about the trek so far, and one of the things that has surprised me the most, is that there are incredible bakeries along the trek. Like, it's not what you would expect, but the bakeries have been insane. The cakes, the cookies, all of it. And it's not just because you're far away from home and you're like, oh, anything's good. No, 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 no. The baked goods here are amazing. Okay, to wrap up the day, I've had a shower, a hot shower. It's everything I needed, and I'm ending with freshly baked pizza from a pizza oven. It is yet another morning with an incredible view. Natalie, are you stoked on the view? Stoked on the view! Let's show you. I'm just gonna turn it around. Open up the window. Oh, what's that, you might ask? Well, that peak back there is Mount Everest, and that is Amadabla. Amadabla? Yeah. We've woken up this morning, and the entire Himalayan valley that we're situated in is clear, and we are completely surrounded by mountains. We have these incredible mountains behind our tea house, and we have them all the way surrounding us behind the monastery. It's unreal, the beauty. Like, waking up for sunrise is a must if you do the Everest base camp trek. You have to wake up for sunrise because that's when you're gonna get the best of the best views.
After soaking in the beautiful morning in Tingboshe, on day 4, it was off again for another glorious day of hiking. this time we're making our way to Dingboche. This hike included about 8 miles, reaching altitudes of over 14,000 feet. And this is where I definitely started to feel a little bit more out of breath than earlier in the trek. But the views, they just really keep you going.
Okay, I had to put my yak hat back on because we ran into yaks that are just feasting on the side of the mountain here. Ah! Like every day is better and better. Also crossing a beautiful river. And I have an insane view of Ama Dablum, which is just behind the camera.
The pattern of tea breaks with baked goods continue, and it's just the pep in your step to keep going. And then just a little more hiking before you reach your lunch destination. And lunch at this point is usually whatever I can make myself eat, not because the food isn't good. It's really just the altitude that makes you a little nauseous, even with the Diamox. And I've been lacking in the veggie and fruit department, so I try to incorporate that whenever I could.
We are going right there.
A little further through the mountain, next to the river, and we finally arrive.
Ooh, after another long day of hiking today, must have been about 8 hours, it feels. Yeah, about 7, 8 hours. Ooh, what's going on here? Don't worry about that little guy. That little guy, don't worry about that little guy. We have made it to Dingboche. And we are staying here for 2 nights. So we are gonna acclimatize here. Tomorrow we're gonna do an acclimation walk. And then our acclimatization walk. Acclimation walk? I've done this twice now. Don't come for me in the comments. I'm figuring it out. I'm also at altitude, so I can pronounce things however I want to. But this is it, the Peace Lodge, and it is quite peaceful. The clouds have come in, so it's hard to show you guys what's behind these clouds. But, as you might expect, tomorrow, I'm gonna give you a little peek. You can maybe see it. It's peeking through the clouds. The peak is peeking through the clouds, and that will be the start of yet another incredible day. Here we go. We got sea buckthorn juice, which is local, and they warmed it up for me, and I'm gonna try it for the first time. Oh, that's great. It kind of has like a lemony taste to it. I'm gonna try it. Yeah. And you guys can watch Natalie try it. Hold on. Yeah? She's like, that's enough for me. Look at this. Sunset time. Everything looks so beautiful. I have to watch my feet as I turn around, guys, because I'm standing on a wall. Look at that. Insane.
For dinner tonight, I decided to try the veggie burger, and as you can see, it did not disappoint.
It is another clear morning, and we are fully ready to acclimatize. So we're only gonna do a little 3.5 hour hike just to get ready for our bigger hikes that are over the next 2-3 days. We're right now at about 14,000 feet, and not doing too bad. I've been taking Diamox, so I haven't really had any issues. I did wake up with a headache today, but that went away pretty quickly as I continued to consume water. And yeah, I'm excited about the next 3 days because these are the big boys, the big days. Finally getting to Everest Base Camp, and there's also an important valley that we're going to, which is really the valley where you can see all the mountains. Everyone talks about Base Camp, but this valley is apparently really the spot that you get excited about going to. So I'm ready to see it all with my own eyes.
On the 5th day of hiking and our acclimation day in Dingboche, hey, that rhymes, I feel like we got just what was needed. It was only about a 3.5 mile hike around the mountain behind our tea house. It was sunny, the wind was blowing, but as I keep saying, the views somehow just keep getting better and better every single day. After the hike, we explored the village and found a shop that had a bunch of different things that a lot of different people in our group needed for the next couple of days. We finished the evening with a movie screening about the Sherpa people and the incredible undertaking many of the men go through in order to get paying customers to the top of Everest. The documentary is called Sherpa, and I highly recommend it. Essentially, it took an avalanche killing 16 Sherpas on the Kahumbu icefall to bring the workers together to strike for better wages, equipment, and conditions for helping climbers take on Everest. Something the Sherpas were somewhat successful at, but are still fighting for today. That's why I believe for people who have an interest in seeing Mount Everest, the base camp trek is a great alternative. You're giving back directly to the locals on the trek, there's minimal risk for anyone on the trek, and you get to see Everest without the insane risk to Sherpas taking paying customers to the top. The documentary was something to simmer on before the final push to Everest Base Camp over the next 2 days.
Hard to say goodbye to Dingboche, but we're headed to Loboche. And we couldn't be more fortunate with the weather. I actually got some prayer flags today and put them on my backpack just to get us through the rest of the journey because we're only halfway there. We end up reaching base camp tomorrow, and then we get to 18,000 feet the next day, and then we start our journey back down. But just because we've reached the pinnacle of the journey doesn't mean the journey is over. And that's important to remember. The journey is still ongoing for at least another week.
On the 6th day of the hike from Dingboche to Loboche, it took about another 8 miles, and we got to hike through the valley we had seen from our acclimation hike the day before, which was unreal and just got us even more excited for what to expect when we finally reach Everest Base Camp.
What was
that? Would you look at that? There's another, well, it's reversed for you guys, another bakery. And I'm not mad about it. The bakeries are so good here.
The pattern of a stop for a warm drink and a sweet treat continues. This time, I was able to actually read a little bit more about how that sea buckthorn juice is made.
The layers have changed because it is windy up here. We climb up there. Probably got about another 30 minutes to go, but look at this. So beautiful. Especially with the clouds rolling in, and then, oh, there's more.
This place called the Tukla Pass. The original name is called the Chakpulari Dada, where we see this many memorials here. The people who die or lost on Mount Everest there, and you see like some famous climbers memorials too, like the Rob Hall, Scott Fisher, Babu Chiri Sherpas, and there's many more. Go and have a look. Enjoy your time.
So one of the points of this memorial is that everyone who is either trekking to base camp or plans to go to Everest comes through here and sees these memorials of these incredibly motivated individuals. And while base camp and the trek has been an exciting adventure, I think it's also important to remember the loss of life that goes along with it. And it's not just people who summit Everest. I mean, people who have simply just been at base camp have been affected by earthquakes and have died. And so walking through here and just seeing their memorials is a stark reminder of how precious life really is.
Tukla Pass was an emotional and touching place to be. It's also one of the last stops before we start trekking around snow, which had fallen from an unseasonable snowfall in the area just a week prior.
We did it. We made it to Loboche, which means tomorrow is our base camp trek. And although I look a little crazy with my hat and my windbreaker and my scarves, I had to keep the sun and the wind and a little bit of the cold off of me. But it was another just epic day of hiking. And now I gotta catch up with the group because I stepped away to film this. Winnie, how you feel? Same. This is Lobuche. Whew. Feeling good. Feeling good. You guys feeling good?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm feeling good too. Okay, so they say that the prices rise significantly as you get closer to base camp, and they are not wrong, where everything here is almost triple what it was yesterday.
After seeing our tea house, we decided to do another optional hike for the evening. Before my trek started, I met someone who told me that no matter how tired you are, no matter how far the optional hike is, you have to take it. And each time I did, it was magical. Even with the fog. I mean, you are in the mountains. The fog will come and it will go as it pleases.
I told you guys, so many bakeries. This is the world's highest bakery cafe. We're gonna see what kind of goodies they got. So far the goodies, non-stop, unstoppable, delicious, everywhere we go. Ooh, look at that brownie. Okay, you can't see it. Oh.
The night ended with us huddling around the wood-burning fireplace in the middle of the tea house and watching a stunning sunset as we overlooked Mount Noopsey.
Nat, what is today?
Base camp day!
It's base camp day, and look at this sunrise. Beautiful. And Pemba, how you feel? He's ready to go. Let's go.
And on the 7th day, we trekked to Everest Base Camp. And it was something I would consider a pretty easy hike with, again, can you guess what I'm gonna say? Yep, unreal views, including the best of the Kahumbu Glacier I had seen yet.
So, one of the peaks of this hike is we have these 360 views all around us. Over those mountains is Tibet. Over those mountains is the way back home. But we're not going that way. That's for tomorrow.
The most difficult part was actually the traffic jams of people, mules, yaks, and horses going to and from Lobuche to Gorakshep, closer to the Gorakshep side. This was the day I couldn't deny the difference in altitude, but my focus was really on getting to base camp and seeing the space that so many Sherpas, trekkers, and adventurers call home while attempting the Everest climb.
All right, we have made it. These are my yak and knack friends, fully covered. I really don't want to get burned, and there is a lot of snow around here. But we have made it to Gorakshep, where we're gonna drop our bags, have some lunch, and then we're going to base camp. I just gotta go that way. Not doing too bad. Right from here, you can see the Khumbu Icefall. We'll see a better version of it once we get down. But that is the icefall all Everest hikers in Nepal have to cross in order to get to Everest. Who's back there? She's behind the clouds right now. All right, let me show you guys behind me. Peeking through, that's Everest, and that's the Khumbu Icefall right behind me.
We made it!
We made it! Oh, guys. Oh, Mitch, get one of these? Get one of these, Bumba? Okay, we finally made it to Everest Base Camp. As you can see right behind me, this is what we've been trekking towards for 6-7 days. So it's pretty surreal to be here, but it's also pretty humbling. You know, it's not lost on our group that Everest Base Camp is not only
a destination for trekkers, but it's also a spot where a lot of climbers start their journey, and sometimes they don't finish their journey. So it's very humbling and very surreal to be here, and I feel very grateful to have made it all this way.
Pachamama!
A little joint juice.
Joint juice.
After some joint shots and something warm to drink, we eased into the evening with a beautiful sunset and the knowledge that we made it to base camp and back. But we had to wake up at 3:30 a.m. to climb Kalapatar. Today, the hike was 9 miles on the dot total.
This is the view. We woke up at 4 a.m. Mount Everest is right there. We're sitting at about, here's Washi. We're sitting at 18,500 feet. And this was completely worth it, this entire climb, to watch the sunrise over Mount Everest. We're sitting on top of Kalapatar. This is the highest point of our journey. And what a journey it has been. But it's not even over. It feels so surreal. It feels really, really cool.
There aren't really words for watching the sunrise over Mount Everest, even if she did decide to wear a morning hat of clouds. For being at 18,500 feet, I felt pretty good, but today was by far the longest hiking day, clocked in at 12.5 miles. You see, Kalapatar is an optional hike, and to me, absolutely worth it. When else can you say that you woke up and watched the sunrise over Mount Everest? You can't even usually see Everest from Everest Base Camp, but you can sometimes see it in the morning and around sunset. And just as I started my hike back, the top of Everest finally revealed herself. Kalapatar was also the highest point of the EBC trek. From there, it's all back downhill. This time to a little village called Peruche. And it's the little things out in the wild. I got to try some sea buckthorn berries out on our trek.
So this is the sea buckthorn berry. I don't have enough hands, but I've been trying it. It's very sour. It's actually more sour than the juice. The juice is super sour. This is really tasty, and I'm gonna continue to snack on these on the rest of our journey down. But I have to put my phone away. So we are currently leaving Peruche, and we are heading back down to Lukla, which takes a total of 4 days. Yesterday was technically day 1, even though it was such an epic day, starting the day at Kalapatar, but it was a 12-mile day. So I didn't do a ton of filming because I was a bit tired, but I just wanted to stress how awesome this trek is, in the sense of not just the beautiful views that I cannot get enough of, but like how hyper local the experience is. Like 100% of everything we're doing is going into the local economy. And I think that is one of the best ways to travel. There are so many different ways that you can see the world, but being a part of like community tourism, to me, is number one. So we are off to continue to stay and have lunches and teas at local tea houses and stay at local spots and make our way back. And although our way back is technically the same way we came in, we're stopping at different spots, so it's not quite the same. And this entire trek is more about the journey and not the destination. Technically, we've been to base camp, we've been to Kalapatar, but there's still so much more to see. So one way that you can help the environment on the trail is you can actually, let's see if I can bring her around. On your way down, you can stop at one of 2 different stations and grab a kilo, 2 kilos, 3 kilos of trash that's been collected, and you can help take it down to Lukla. So this was the furthest station, and there is another station that is, I believe, near Namche. So I grabbed one here and I'll grab one there. And it's not only a cool thing to do, but an easy way to give back to the environment and a beautiful country that will give you so much when you explore it on the Everest Base Camp trek.
Day 10 was our last view of Mount Everest before the trip concluded.
There she is. It's our last view of Mount Everest on this trip as we make our way back down. We say goodbye to her and head to Namche. Oh, feels good. I'm only taking half of my Diamox now, so I'm a little more out of breath. But look at this. Amazing. Just amazing. She's right. Whoop. There.
We stopped back at Namche for some souvenirs, baked goods, and art. And then we were challenged to a friendly game of volleyball with our porters and hiking team before being introduced to their local beverages.
Nice!
Yes! And that was a point! Best video ever!
Okay, here we go.
That's not too bad.
It's weird when you put it down.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Do some like squats.
Oh, yes.
This is it. The gate that started it all. It's the gate that ends it all. Here we go. I'm not crossing it without my roommate. Do, 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 do.
Congratulations.
We made it!
On our very last day of hiking, I asked my group the highlight of the trip for them and their best piece of advice.
Highlighted trip was the monastery in Tenguche and also seeing the Khumbu Glacier and Khumbu Icefall. Beautiful.
What would you say is your best piece of advice?
Best piece of advice would be ready to roll with anything.
Get into the base camp. Yes.
And what's your piece of advice for someone going on this trek?
Going slowly, enjoying. Yeah.
Visiting the monasteries and getting to base camp Everest.
What's your best piece of advice for someone to go on this trek?
The best?
Yeah, like a piece of advice you would give to
Okay. I think is enjoy every single moment, even the difficult and the nice moments, because it's one life experience in your life. Yeah, it's really nice.
There we go. Flashy,
Hey.
your highlight of the trip.
Being so high up in the altitude.
And
I'm
your-
feeling that pressure in the head, feeling the lack of oxygen. That's the highlight.
It's a big highlight. What about your piece of advice?
Take good equipment, hiking or trekking equipment. So otherwise it's a struggle.
Highlight of the trip was the Dingboche acclimatization hike and Kalapatar, getting to the top.
And best piece of advice?
Oh my God, prepare for the altitude.
The moment your feet hit the ground when you enter base camp was the highlight for me. And seeing the big stone with base camp and everything that you see on television, it's amazing.
What would be your piece of advice to someone coming on this trek?
Do not eat the cheese.
No cheese.
No cheese.
I think that's my highlight, the general scenery, the whole scenery thing.
The whole picture, yeah. Andy.
Yes.
Highlight of the trip.
Traveling the world with one of my best mates, Mitch. It's been a great time. We love that. This is Winnie's advice, though. It's an attitude problem, not an altitude problem. I think that's what it's about.
Winnie knows that.
Highlight.
Mitch.
Highlight of my trip. Probably just seeing all the different scenery, and then also just like completing the challenge that I set out to achieve. Finishing base camp, which is good. And then advice. I think advice would be, do it with a tour, definitely, because you don't know what you're in for. And just tackle it head on.
Hi, friend. Hi, friend. This is my roommate. What would you say is your highlight of the trip?
Meeting my roommate, of course. I would say it's a toss-up between the monastery and the Alpine Start hike.
Always do the optional hikes. That's my advice. And what else? What's my other question?
That was it.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Do it.
What was your highlight of our trip?
Oh, everyone's getting the Mount Everest base camp, yes, and have a good weather.
What's your best piece of advice for someone coming on the trip?
Best piece means someone or?
Yeah, someone who might come on this trek who's never been.
Oh, three Peruvian, definitely.
Bring Peruvian.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So the highlight of the trek is Tengboche Monastery and the Kalapatar Day.
Yeah. Okay.
She's taking a knee for this.
Knee has been taken. Ooh, North Face. In my North Face, South Face. Highlight of the trip, I would say, is Kalapatar, watching the sunrise over Mount Everest. And my best piece of advice is going to be bring more socks than you think you need to bring.
Chris, how do you feel about that?
Bring more socks.
And to round out a magical week and a half of hiking, we pulled the rest of our funds and had one last party with the entire crew, filled with good drinks, good food, and lots of dancing.
So this is the part, I wasn't even sure if I was gonna film this, but on our way out, we got stuck in Lukla for an extra day and a half because we got fogged in. So we need to take a helicopter to a different airport where we can hopefully get a plane to Kathmandu and I can hopefully catch my flight, which takes off tonight at 7 p.m. And I don't mind it so much. Things don't always work out, and that's life. And it's actually been a ton of fun. That's like where you find a lot of the joy and excitement, I think, in life, is when things don't work out. You know, not only get to test yourself, but you get to test your surroundings and you get to live a little. But I am excited the most for a shower. How you guys feel about taking the helicopter?
We were able to hop on a helicopter and eventually got on a plane that led us to that hot shower. And you know what? I would turn around and do it all again in a heartbeat. But as you can tell, I wasn't alone. I was actually with 3 Peruvian hiking guides who, for the very first time, were hiking outside of their home country, taking on the Everest Base Camp trek. Let me introduce you to Elias, Washi, and Winnie.
You did such a good job.
Thank you. I'm very emotional, sorry.
No, that's okay.
Winnie Farfun, Elias Uska, and Washington, aka Washi Mejia, are 3 G-Adventures hiking guides who have traveled across the world to hike for the very first time outside of their home country of Peru, taking on the Mount Everest Base Camp trek in Nepal.
Well, was unbelievable, you know. For me, it was very spiritual because also when I'm hiking in the Andes, I try to connect with the mountains. I try to recharge my energy. So it was so special because I wanted to do this hike for my family as well, to leave it like a legacy, you know. It's part of my family and this is the other.
It was a dream for me since I started working as a Inca warrior, as a guide, as assistant guide. When I heard people saying or talking about Kilimanjaro, Everest, you know, I said, oh, I would like to go one day. And now I'm here. Yes, I made it. This is amazing for me.
Pachamama!
Not only was the hike challenging, but also spiritual for these Peruvian hiking guides, noticing many similarities between Nepal and Peru.
It's quite similar traditions as well.
What are some of those similar traditions?
Well, in the way how the trails go, like in the way the mountains look like, in the style of life on the mountains, the traditional places, lots of strong culture that we can see here, and the way I feel when hiking on Everest. It's so much connection to the mountains, to the power, the energy of these beautiful mountains. And it's very spiritual as well, this place.
The Everest Base Camp Trek is considered a rite of passage for many hikers and trekkers because of its route, which takes about 11 days, 80 miles, and reaching altitudes of over 18,000 feet before it's all said and done. But right here at Base Camp, we're sitting at about 17,598 feet to be exact.
Going up to very high points, it's always rewarding because, you know, that's the end, that's the goal. So what you can take at that place, at that moment, is all the satisfaction that you did got to that place.
Here's Washi. We're sitting at 18,500 feet.
Everything is possible if you focus and if you decide to do it. Yeah.
When asked, Winnie, Washi, and Elias said that hiking with their fellow guides changed their relationship, and they're hoping to do a lot more hikes together in the future, anywhere in the world.
They're actually like my brother and sister. Yes, this is, you know, what I can say. They're actually more than friends after this.
They were so supportive. I think without them I couldn't make it, especially when Washi brought up the idea to do this. Of course, in the moment we say, yes, let's do it. But then when I was reading the itinerary, getting more conscious about what we were doing, I was saying, oh my God, what I will do, you know?
I will tell them, hey, we know we can do this, so let's go for another mountain, let's go for another hike, let's make it happen. More and more of those adventures.
Thanks for coming along with me, Tabitha Lipkin, as you travel with Tabitha on this epic journey through the Himalayas to Mount Everest Base Camp and back. I hope you found yourself excited to visit Nepal and possibly take on the Everest Base Camp trek yourself. It's been unlike any other trip I've ever been on, totally life-changing, and I can't recommend it enough.
Hey, I'm Kinga Phillips for Travel Unexplained on Beyond TV, where we attempt to unravel some of the world's most perplexing mysteries. Now, today we head to southeastern Australia to investigate the story of a creature called the bunyip. Now, the bunyip has taken on many shapes and meanings throughout history. The most common description is of an amphibious monster documented in Aboriginal mythology, said to lurk in swamps and waterholes. The beast has a roaring call and looks somewhat like a seal, hippopotamus, or a manatee. At night, the bunyip prowls the land looking for women and children to eat. Ouch. Now, when European settlers arrived in Australia in the mid-1800s, it was bunyip mania from day one, and accounts of encounters flew fast and furious. Now, from a logical standpoint, the Europeans showed up in a world that felt totally bizarre. Even today, Australian flora and fauna is wild, and that is with a heads up from the internet. So imagine being fresh off the boat from Europe, sight unseen, little traumatized by the fact that you may have just been deported from the only home you've ever known and potentially labeled a convict. Now layering in an indigenous culture that was utterly foreign and full of unusual stories and traditions. The first known use of the word bunyip appeared in the Geelong Advertisers and Squatters Advocate on July 2nd, 1845. The article reported on the findings of fossils which were verified by an Aboriginal elder as that of a bunyip. The man even made a drawing which looked a whole lot like a crocodile standing on its back legs. Now, the article went on to recount the story of an Aboriginal woman who was killed by a bunyip and an interview with an Aboriginal man who showed several deep wounds on his breast made by the claws of the animal. Now, one of the most interesting and well-documented early encounters with the bunyip legend came from the 1852 biography of a William Buckley. He was known as the Wild White Man. He's an escaped convict who lived among the Wathaurong people for over 30 years and immersed himself in their culture. Now, Buckley claims several encounters with the bunyip, and he described it as a very extraordinary amphibious animal about the size of a full-grown calf with a back covered with feathers of a dusky gray color that killed people. Now, today, a statue stands in Australia of Buckley's bunyip. Now, to truly understand the bunyip, it's worth digging into a core part of Aboriginal identity as a sacred period called the dream time, a collection of beliefs about the creation of the world and stories to instruct people on how to live in harmony with the land, the animals, and each other. Now, in these stories, the bunyip was less of a man-eating monster and more of a powerful guardian of the watery world, an enforcer of good practices between humans and the environment, punishing the greedy and disrespectful who took more than what they needed to survive. It's almost like the bunyip was cast as a Greta Thunberg of Aboriginal environmental stewardship. So now we're back to the Europeans hearing all of this for the first time and thinking, well, dang, this place has giant rats that jump and small bears that live in trees. Why wouldn't it have a bunyip? But to make it even more interesting, bones belonging to giant unexplained animals kept popping up over the centuries, and there was no shortage of native first-hand accounts. In 1846, the Australian Museum in Sydney exhibited a bunyip skull found at the Murrumbidgee River. The bones were so popular and really tickled the imaginations that the Sydney Morning Herald started to receive numerous accounts of strange sounds coming from the waterways or sightings of something black swimming around. The skull was later determined to have come from a deformed horse. But could there be a more scientific explanation for this bunyip creature? Now, some scientists suggest that bones could be that of a giant marsupial, like a wombat or a seal that navigated too far upriver. Another theory is that the bunyip could be an extinct Diprotodon, a grazing marsupial that lived in Australia until about 10,000 years ago. Fossils of Diprotodon were sometimes assumed to be that of bunyips. And what about the bunyip's strange shrieking calls? Well, possibly the cry of a bittern marsh bird. Sound described as a booming cross between a bull mooing and a foghorn that can carry for over 3 miles. So over time, as European settlers relaxed into their new environment and became familiar with the land and its animals, they retold Aboriginal stories as less frightening. And the bunyip evolved into a friendly plant eater and made its way into children's books as a protagonist, trying to find its way in the world and just be accepted by others. But I will tell you this, as someone who's been in the Australian bush at night, it's a marvelous and wild place. And if there is a bunyip lurking about, making sure that people treat nature with respect, I would be neither surprised nor upset. I'm Kinga Phillips for Travel Unexplained on BEOND TV. Till next time, stay curious.
you.